They appear to be having microphone issues there in the House of Representatives. Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri, one of the tellers who will be announcing the state electoral vote counts, was about to speak. We're still waiting to hear from him.
Mr. President.
Order in the chamber.
Mr. President, the
gentleman will continue.
The certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alabama that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Alaska, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alaska that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
I wonder if,
hearing none,
when the Republicans
this certificate from Arizona, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote that the state purports to be a return from the state. That state.
I wonder if when the Republicans start saying, I challenge that vote, I no right to challenge it, I wonder if any Democrats will start challenging Republican votes and just throw the whole fucking thing into a mess. Because that's what I would do. I would, if that was me in there, if they start challenging, the vote for Biden, I would just start challenging every Republican vote as well. Just say, you're going to do that, I'm going to throw everything in the fucking on the table, every single fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears...
This is the first one, I think, where Biden wins, and let's see what happens.
Appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arizona that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
Mr. Vice President, I, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
It is.
This is fucking ridiculous, man. I'm telling you, mate, if I had been Democrats, I would have had it all lined up so that if they do this, we're going to do it. Every single fucking Republican state as well and throw it all into the fucking shit and see what happens after that.
I need the next part. An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Are there further?
The thing is, it was already decided in all these states by the courts that they were regular, and that none of the court cases provided any evidence of malfeasance or voter fraud or any other reason why these votes shouldn't be counted and certified. So this will just probably go to like a vote of the chamber, I would imagine, and the majority will win, and it will be denied. I don't see what else is going to happen here. They can't go back and have a fucking re-vote, or a re-election in one state or in several states. I mean, this is basically just it's posturing, idiotic posturing. I don't understand what they think they're going to gain by it, but let's see how it all comes out in the wash.
Further objections to the certificates from the state?
I mean, I've never seen or heard of this ever happening before, so I don't know what America does with it. So I'm really interested in what's happening in the American politics. I mean, we don't have anything like this that happens in Britain. I mean, we have an election night. We have a 6-week election. We have an election night. We have a count. It's normally over within 2 days, and as soon as they get elected, they take their place. You know what I mean? We don't wait god damn, you had an election the 3rd November and Biden doesn't get inaugurated till 20th of January. I mean, I hear that it used to be like March or something before they get in, and they've shortened it down to January. At some time in the 70s or 80s or the 60s or something. 50, I can't remember, but it's some time back. It's only been like 80 years or something like that since they used to have to wait like bloody 6 months or something like 4 months to get in. It's, I just find it weird.
Of Arizona. The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
So they have to go back to the chamber and vote separately. Okay. So they're going to do that with at least 6
And
states.
with that, Vice President Mike Pence has ended this very short joint session that lasted about 10 or 12 minutes by my calculation, where, as you saw, members of the House and Senate
Okay, so that's what they do. So they separate the House members will stay there, because I think this is the House part of the Congress. So the Senators will have to go back to the Senate part of the Congress building, and then they'll argue it, and then they'll have a vote and see whether it's going to be upheld, and then they'll come back, give their decision, and they'll go into the next state. And then the Republicans are going to do that with like 6 states, I believe, at least 6 states. Oh my God. It could take them days to get through this instead of doing it all in one day. And this is just what the Republicans, this is their tactic of just wasting time and causing a spectacle, and they're hoping some of these people like Cruz, because he did that and supported Trump, he's hoping he's going to get re-elected the next time by Republicans who think he did the right thing. But the MAGA, you can't let the MAGA take over a whole political party. It's going to split the party in two, and then they'll never get elected. If you've got the MAGA side of Republicans voting against the Republicans, that vote's going to be diluted, and the Democrats not being split are always going to have more votes. They could even take over several other red states through this, and maybe the Republican Party could be out of power for the next 20 or 30 years through this bullshit. Oh my God. Anyway, so that's what's going on. I've got another couple of things that I wanted to look up. Let me quickly go and do this, right? If I go, no, not Google, what was it? Not Google, yeah, we'll go, I wanted, right, YouTube, was it YouTube? I think it was YouTube. And I wanted to go to, Why American Congress, right, where was the Trump thing? Trump, so Trump has been having a rally.
I did no advertising. I did nothing.
Right.
You do have some groups that are big supporters. I want to thank that, Amy.
This was
and
him
everybody.
today.
We have some incredible.
So this was Trump today. He held a rally outside the White House, but it's next to like the big needle that you've got, you know, where all your monuments are in Washington. And he's holding a rally there, and he's talking about fraud still. Yeah, but look, GPS, this is the thing. Ted Cruz is supporting Texas's ability to be the freedom state, you know, the Lone Star freedom state. Nobody can tell us what to do, and then he's in there trying to tell other states what to do. It's just hypocrisy over that. But anyway, Trump's there holding this rally, and you might hear some of the things he says, but I'm going to play some of this, see if we can find out where he goes crazy.
Supporters. Incredible. But we didn't do anything. This just happened. 2 months ago, we had a massive crowd come down to Washington. I said, what are they there for? Sir, they're there for you. We have nothing to do with it. These groups they're forming all over the United States. And we got to remember, in a year from now, you're going to start working on Congress. And we got to get rid of the weak Congress people, the ones that aren't any good.
No, you don't start working in a year. It's 2 years. I think the Senate races are 2 years, and the House races are 4. I'm not really sure, but I think that, no, is it every 2 years, even in the House as well? I don't know, I mean, I'm not American, but I believe that you've got elections every 2 years for senators. It might be every 2 years for some House representatives as well, but I mean, basically, you've got like, 20 in the House or something like that every 2 years or something like that, and, like 20 in the Senate every 2 years, something like that, 17, 19, it's quite weird how you, I don't understand how you can't have everybody getting elected in the same year. Just have one big election every 4 years like we do in Britain, and all this constantly being bombarded with propaganda about who should be elected every year. I mean, I couldn't live in America with politics being in my head every day of my life, you know what I mean? No wonder you're paranoid and crazy, because you have been told how, you're going to be raped and murdered in your homes every fucking day of your life. No wonder you're all fucking paranoid, you can't live with that, I don't think, and anyway. So, this is Washington, D.C. I think the governor of Washington has already put the National Guard on the street. Because of that, he's got something like, it was originally 5,000 or something that were, licensed for this I think it's the Daughters of Liberty or something that petitioned to ask for this gathering, and they originally got a license for 5,000 or something like that, and now it's up to 30,000. So there could be 30,000 Trump supporters there in Washington, D.C., and she's called the National Guard out in order to help the police, and every policeman in the whole of Washington, D.C. is on duty today as well, plus the National Guard, to try and hopefully stop this from going crazy. If anything happens, like they certify Biden, and then these people will go crazy and want to run amok, and maybe even try to invade the fucking, the Congress, the Capitol fucking building. So, what I'd like to say is, if that is the case, this is what happened the last time fucking the National Guard were released on a crowd that wouldn't fucking do what they were told, right? Kent State, don't know if you know about this, 1970s, Kent State. Nixon was elected in 1968, and he was elected on a ticket of ending the Vietnam War. Now, he didn't end the Vietnam War. 2 years later, in 1970, Kent State, the students went and had a peaceful demonstration on the grounds of the state university or college, whatever you call it. And what happened was the National Guard were released, and they fired tear gas into the crowd, marched towards them, found themselves blocked by chain link fence around the sport ground, and they were backing off when 19 guards turned and fired on the unarmed teenage college college teenagers. Fired on them with live rounds, killing 4 people, injuring 9. And
has personal meaning for those who were there, like John Cleary. They are the first to remind us it's a day we all
they
can
fucking shot
and
people,
should
killed
learn
4
from.
people, man.
I know I've had people, and they said, "You
This
mean
is
there
what
were
happens when
military
you
on
put
campus?"
armed guards on the
And
street.
they actually shot people, and they don't have a clue as to what happened on May 4th.
What is the danger of people not knowing what happened that day?
The danger is that it's forgotten and that it could conceivably happen again. I think to remember and honor the 4 students that were slain gives some weight and hopefully prohibits that kind of action in the future.
And that commemoration is so important to those who were there. You have to remember it took almost 20 years for the university to actually acknowledge that day. They do have a beautiful memorial that is there now. And Jeff, the words that are on part of it, inquire, learn, and...
Right, and well, that's... Is that the one I played? Was that one I played? Was this one as well?
The 4th of May 1970, Ohio National Guardsmen shot and killed 4 Kent State University students. President Richard Nixon had promised to end American involvement in Vietnam following his election in 1968. Opposition to the war had increased when the My Lai massacre became public knowledge the following year, and the draft lottery was also reintroduced for the first time since the Second World War. By the time news broke that Nixon had authorized military action against Cambodia in order to eliminate suspected Viet Cong forces, which he did on the 30th of April 1970, protests against the war had spread around the country. On the 1st of May 1970, around 500 students at Kent State University in Ohio attended a protest on the campus, where they agreed to stage another rally 3 days later.
I'd like you to notice here that there was nobody there in black SWAT gear. They're not open carrying. Nobody's got pistols or rifles slung out of their back. Nobody's wearing fucking crash helmets. Or, you know what I mean? These are just students. Summer's Day want to make the government hear their opinion, their voice, right?
Later that evening, violence broke out in the town. The police used tear gas to drive students back to the university, and the next day, the local mayor called the Ohio governor and asked him to send the Ohio National Guard to take control of the situation. That evening, there were further clashes. The planned demonstration on the 4th of May attracted 3,000 protesters and spectators, despite the university's attempts to ban the event. With approximately 100 Ohio guardsmen stationed nearby, the protesters were ordered to disperse. Having refused to do so, the guardsmen fired tear gas into the crowd, after which 77 of them began to march on the crowd, who had begun throwing rocks in response. After finding themselves blocked by a fence around an athletic field, the guardsmen were eventually forced to turn back in the direction that they had come. With little warning, 29 of the guardsmen then fired on the crowd, or into the air, unleashing almost 70 rounds in 13 seconds. 4 students were killed, and another 9 were injured.
So, that's what happened 50 years ago against unarmed teenagers, basically. And what have you got today with Trump? You don't see the crowd here with Trump, right? But a lot of the people that are supporting Trump, they're all there, and they all look pretty innocent with their carrying flags, MAGA hats and stuff. But there is a bunch of people that have been coming to his rallies who wear the black SWAT gear, you know what I mean? They wear bulletproof vests, they wear fucking combat helmets, pistols at their side, AR-15s over their back, and a lot of these people say they're going to bring guns into the city. They're being told by the governor of Washington DC, do not bring arms into the city, it's illegal and you'll be arrested. And she's already put the National Guard on call, right? They are already in the city. I dread to think what might happen if any of these people start to pull guns out and just try to storm the fucking Washington Senate. You know what I mean? Because that could really fucking turn ugly.
Liz Cheney's of the world, we got to get rid of them. We got to get rid. You know, she never wants a soldier brought home. I brought a lot of our soldiers home. I don't know, somewhat like it. They're in countries that nobody even knows the name. Nobody knows where they are. They're dying. They're great, but they're dying. They're losing their arms, their legs, their face.
This is the man that wants to start war with Iran, sorry. He pulled out an agreement that multiple nations, got together and fought. He pulled out that agreement, and now he's trying to egg on the army to attack Iran. And he's talking about peace and pulling soldiers out of somewhere, but he wants to start another fucking war. But what the fuck, he's just a lying piece of shit.
I brought them back home, largely back home, Afghanistan, Iraq. Remember I used to say in the old days, don't go in Iraq, but if you go in, keep the oil. We didn't keep the oil. So stupid.
This is the crowd. Turn the music off, right? But yeah, there he's turning up. This is a fucking huge gathering of crazy people. And look at these guys here, right? Look at these guys down here. Look, they've got military caps on and stuff. Look, fucking masked up. Who knows if any of these cunts have got guns on them? I mean, this is not teenagers demonstrating peacefully. These are hyped up, support their tyrannical president. You know what I mean? Who, at this stage in the process of American politics, he should be handing over to the incoming administration. He's doing none of that. He's done nothing but try and block it and stimulate it and fucking call it that it's all fake and fraudulent and they're stealing it from me and egging on all these MAGA people, man. And if any of these cunts have got guns out like that and they try to storm, because they said he'll march with them on the fucking Capitol, you know what I mean? To try and, get them to change the vote and all that. I mean, what are these crazy people, if any of them are crazy enough to be carrying out? What are they going to be thinking if he's marching with them as well? Like, he's leading them at the front. What the hell is going on with this guy? But, yeah, I mean...
back before you mailed it, which is also logically and logistically impossible, right? Think of that one. You got the ballot back. Let's send the ballots. Oh, they've already been sent. But we got the ballot back before they were sent. I don't think that's too good, right? 25,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were requested by nursing home residents, all in a single giant batch, not legal, indicating an enormous illegal ballot harvesting operation. You're not allowed to do it. It's against the law.
Well, why was it not
the day before the election, the state of Pennsylvania reported the number of absentee ballots that had been sent out. Yet this number was suddenly and drastically increased by 400,000 people.
Yeah, well, show us the evidence, bring it to a court, and let the judges decide. You never done that. 60 times he's been in court. No evidence. They throw the fucking cases out. He can say anything he wants, but none of it is fucking true unless he's got evidence.
It was increased, nobody knows where it came from, by 400,000 ballots one day after the election, deposited in so-called You're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution. Ballots were returned before they were ever supposedly mailed out.
Right?
City of Detroit testified under penalty of perjury. But I could just go on forever.
You could go on forever.
I can tell you this. So when you hear, while there is no evidence to prove any wrongdoing, this is the most fraudulent thing anybody said. This is a criminal enterprise. This is a criminal enterprise. And the press will say, and I'm sure they won't put any of that on there because that's no good. Do you ever see, while there is no evidence to back President Trump's assertion, I could go on for another hour reading this stuff to you.
You probably
and telling
will go
you
on for
about
another
it.
hour.
There's never been anything like it. Think about it. Detroit had more votes than it had voters. Pennsylvania had 205,000 more votes than it had more. But you don't have to go any. Between that, I think that's almost better than dead people, if you think, right? More votes than they had voters, and many other states also. It's a
No state in America has had even 80% turnout of eligible voters. Most of them were in the 50s and 60%. So how do you get from 50 to 60% of eligible voters voted, and then he says 200,000 more votes than people who are eligible to vote? It just doesn't make any bloody sense. The guy is just like pulling shit out his ass, man, you know. And these people lap it up, man, like milk and honey.
Disgrace that the United States of America, tens of millions of people are allowed to go vote without so much as even showing identification. In no state is there any question or effort made to verify the identity, citizenship, residency, or eligibility of the votes cast.
That's another lie. Almost all the red states have got two proofs of ID, photographic proofs of ID, not just one but two. So this is all bullshit. And they say he won every state. Well, obviously he didn't win every state when Joe Biden won 304 fucking electoral votes, 306 electoral college votes. I mean, the guy just can't stop just making shit up, man.
The Republicans have to get tougher. You're not going to have a Republican Party if you don't get tougher. They want to.
He's just destroyed the Republican Party. The last 4 years has been an absolute teaching method of how to destroy a political party. Elect someone as fucking crazy and nutbag, you know, out of this world, sort of not in touch with reality, into office, and this is what you fucking get, you know.
Play so straight, they want to play so, sir, yes, the United States. The Constitution doesn't allow me to send them back to the States. Well, I say, yes, it does, because the Constitution says you have to protect our country, and you have to protect our Constitution. And you can't vote on fraud.
Mate.
And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to.
You haven't caught anybody in a fraud. You presented no evidence of fraud. In fact, when judges asked, have you got any evidence of fraud, your lawyer said, this isn't a fraud case. So what the hell are you on about?
To go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. It is also widely understood that the voter rolls are crammed full of non-citizens, felons, and people who have moved out of state, and individuals who are otherwise ineligible to vote.
All that's all been investigated by the states, and there's none of it. None of it. No evidence for any of it. They keep saying dead people. I think Georgia, they looked into 59 accusations of people voting while dead, and they found fraud or something like that. Yeah, two. They found two, and it was two people that voted for Trump using deceased members of their family.
Yet Democrats oppose every effort to clean up their voter rolls. They don't want to clean them up. They're loaded. And how many people here know other people that when the hundreds of thousands and then millions of ballots got sent out,
So anyway, that's what's going on. But that's what went on like an hour or two ago, right? Oh, the guy. I'm going to get rid of the Kent State thing and the Ohio Kent State thing. I've showed you that. There's no need for me to repeat it. But that's what happens when you put fucking National Guard on the street. You don't control them. Mate, okay, there was less control. It was under Republican control back then. It was, fucking. What do you call him? Not Reagan, fucking the guy that got fucking drummed out of the office and pardoned by his vice president. Maybe he's thinking that's what's going to happen to him. But yeah, so they're still talking. Oh, let's see.
It's outraged today. Spent 4 years aiding and abetting Democrats' attacks on our institutions after they lost. But we must not imitate and escalate what we repudiate.
But you do all the fucking time.
Our duty is to govern for the public good.
The biggest bunch of hypocrites in the fucking world, mate. I know he's trying to take the high ground here. He knows he's got nowhere to go. He cannot let this fucking go through because this will destroy the Constitution of America. You will no longer be on your journey of being the first nation to put people first, rather than like in Britain when we had royalty and all that, ruling us. You know what I mean? Now they're just a date stamp now. You know what I mean? They can't tell politicians what to do anymore. And your politicians are now trying to be kings. Like Trump is trying to be a king. He's trying to king himself into being, president forever, the fucker.
The United States Senate has a higher calling than an endless spiral of partisan vengeance. Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts for the first time ever, or honor the people's decision.
You remember when Barack Obama got elected president in 2008? And people were calling out for many Republicans to be investigated and tried for their fraud and their self-dealing and all that. And he says, no, we're not going to start a huge inquest into Republicans. We're going to just put it all behind us and move forward. 2 terms of office he had, and didn't see the amount of double dealing or fraud. There was a few Democrats that get caught, but they didn't go chasing after the old enemy, Not like the Republicans fucking do. They're still screaming about fucking Hillary Clinton for 2016, for fuck's sake. Still going on about the emails and fucking all kinds of fucking shit, QAnon and all that, still fucking screaming out, lock her up, and it's like, what the fuck? Barack Obama showed the Republicans how to go ahead, You take office, you move ahead, you forget the past, you bury it, and you go on to work for the people of America. The Republicans don't seem able to fucking do that one iota,
Will either guarantee Democrats' delegitimizing efforts after 2016 become a permanent new routine for both sides.
Again, you still can't stop batting into the Democrats, but it's not about fucking Democrats. If you've got a case to make, then put the case forward and give us evidence. Don't just give us any flim-flam and derogatory fucking speech about your enemy, people. It used to be that the American Senate used to have cross fucking cross sides, you know what I mean, they used to work together and all that. Hardly ever happens now. The fucking house is ridiculously, like, fucked up. With all these fucking QAnon and MAGA people getting in. All they're doing is just stirring shit up and arguing and berating each other all the time, rather than getting down to doing actual work. Look at what's happening at 350, nearly 360,000 people dead of COVID, and they still can't fucking work together to get these fucking inoculations out. I think my country's bad, but it's like America's supposed to be the greatest nation in the world, and it's fucking scrap now. It's like everything's just caved in on itself in America. What the fuck is going on with these politicians? Why you re-elected this motherfucker? I have got no fucking idea in America. This cunt should be one of the first people to get fucking voted out.
Or declare that our nation deserves a lot better than this. We'll either hasten down a poisonous path where only the winners of election actually accept the results, or show we can still muster the patriotic courage that our forebears showed not only in victory but in defeat. The framers built the Senate to stop short-term passions from boiling over and melting the foundations of our republic. So I believe protecting our constitutional order requires respecting the limits of our own power. It would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and the states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it.
Leader.
Mr. President, Vice President, as prescribed by the Constitution and the laws of the nation, the purpose of this joint session is for tellers, appointed on a bipartisan basis by the two houses, to read to the Congress the results of an election that has already happened. We are here to receive an announcement of a vote that has already been certified by every state in the Union and confirmed by the courts many times over. We're here to watch the current Vice President open envelopes and receive the news of a verdict that has already been rendered. It is a solemn and august occasion, no doubt, but it is a formality. The Congress does not determine the outcome of elections, the people do. The Congress is not endowed with the power to administer elections. Our states are given that power. By the end of the proceedings today, it will be confirmed once again something that is well known and well settled. The American people elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next President and Vice President of the United States. And yet, a number of our colleagues have organized an effort to undermine and object to that free and fair election. They're in the minority. They will lose. They know that. They have no evidence of widespread voter fraud upon which to base their objections. That's because there is none. There is none. Not brought before any of the courts successfully. They know that President Trump and his allies have suffered a defeat in court after court across the country, losing no fewer than 62 legal challenges and I might add many Republican-appointed judges, some appointed by President Trump, rendered those decisions. They know, you all know, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States on January 20th. But they are going to object to the counting of the vote anyway.
You have to excuse me, there's an ice cream van going by outside. It's fucking 10 to 7 at night. And it's the middle of winter, and we've still got ice cream vans going around selling ice cream. Only in Scotland, you know what I mean? I don't know, do you get ice cream vans in the middle of winter in fucking Canada? You know, driving around your scheme, selling ice cream? I know you get it in America, you know, everybody runs to the ice pop van, or, you know, and gets your ice poles and, you know, your ice cream, your Mr. Whippy and all that, you know. We get in this fucking, you know, this is January, man, January the 6th, and we've got an ice cream van at fucking 10 to 7 at night selling ice cream outside my house.
And in the process, they will embarrass themselves, they will embarrass their party, and worst of all,
embarrass America.
They will embarrass their country.
Yeah.
This insurrection was fortunately discouraged by the leadership of the majority party, but it was not quelled. It is a very sad comment on our times that merely accepting the results of an election is considered an act of political courage. Sadder and more dangerous still is the fact that an element of the Republican Party believes their political viability hinges on the endorsement of an attempted coup. That anyone, much less an elected official, would be willing to tarnish our democracy in order to burnish their personal political fortunes. Over the course of the afternoon, and however far into the evening this band of Republican objectors wants to take us, senators of goodwill from both sides of the aisle will explain why these
and tens of millions of Americans will see a vote against the objection as a statement that voter fraud doesn't matter, isn't real, and shouldn't be taken seriously. And a great many of us don't believe that. On the other hand, most, if not all of us, believe we should not set aside the results of an election just because our candidate may not have prevailed. And so I endeavored to look for door number 3, a third option, and for that I looked to history, to the precedent of the 1876 election, the Hayes-Tilden...
Oh my God, the 1876 election. He doesn't even know he's in the fucking the 21st fucking century, the fucking dick.
An election where this Congress appointed an electoral commission to examine claims of voter fraud. 5 House members, 5 senators, 5 Supreme Court justices examined the evidence and rendered a judgment.
What evidence? You've been to court. You didn't have any evidence in any of the courts. What evidence is there to examine? If you're sitting there with evidence in your pocket that wasn't produced in court, then what the fuck are you doing with it in your pocket? It should have been presented in court. 62 times, I thought it was only 60. 62 times you've been to court. You couldn't produce that evidence in any of those courts.
And what I would urge of this body is that we do the same. That we appoint an electoral commission to conduct a 10-day emergency audit, consider the evidence, and resolve the claims. For those on the Democratic aisle who say there is no evidence, they've been rejected, then you should rest in comfort. If that's the case, an electoral commission would reject those claims.
Yeah, but then you're going to waste fucking 10 days and millions of fucking dollars for what? So that you can look strong, supportive of your president who's on his way out and perhaps get re-elected because the MAGAs will come out for you when you run for re-election. That's basically, it's just a stunt on your part, you fucking dickwad.
But for those who respect the voters, simply telling the voters, go jump in a lake, the fact that you have deep concerns is of no moment to us. That jeopardizes, I believe, the legitimacy of this and subsequent elections.
No, it doesn't. You are delegitimizing future elections through your fucking asshattery. You remember what he was saying about Trump when he was running against him for president? How he was a clown, you know what I mean? A liar. He attacked his wife, claimed his father helped to kill fucking JFK, and now he's like sucking the ass of Trump so hard, man, his lips are brown. I just don't get it with this fucking guy, man. This can only be him reaching for one last opportunity to get re-elected because he's a fucking idiot.
The Constitution gives to Congress the responsibility this day.
No, it doesn't. The Constitution gives to Congress and the Vice President the administrative duty of tallying the state's votes and certifying them into, you know, the Congress's, library, basically, of what happened. You're not there to change anything. You're there to just verify that we received these votes for this state. We received these votes for that state. Yes, we received them. That's your job. You know what I mean? It's just like like in Parliament when Black Roy comes and thumps the door and demands that they open, for the House of Lords to come into the Commons and they all talk and say the new Prime Minister's being elected. It's basically just a bit of drama, a bit of dressage, that's all it is. This is all this is. You're not got the fucking constitutional right to change anything.
To count the votes.
No, the votes have been counted. All you're there is to verify the numbers and say, yes, these numbers are right. 11 fucking votes for the, electoral votes for this state for him, 11 votes for her, 11 votes for this guy, 10 votes for that guy for that state. That's what, you're just there to verify the numbers. You're not there to fucking change anything, you fucking idiot.
The framers knew what they were doing when they gave responsibilities to Congress.
They didn't give that responsibility to Congress. The states run the election and count and tally the fucking votes. Then they send them to you to look at them and say, yeah, that's the right amount. It would be funny if, say for instance, Trump got 11 electoral college votes in some state that gives 11 electoral, and then Pence only got 9. You'd be saying, well, where's the other fucking 2? That's what you're there for, to see that the numbers all fucking add up. You're not there to change anything. You're just there to verify that it's 11 and 11 for them, and 3 and 3 in this state. And when you see a state saying, well, there's 11 for him, but there's only 9 for the vice president, well, where'd the other fucking 2 go? You know what I mean? You're supposed to keep all the fucking electoral college votes. That's all you're there for. You know what I mean? God damn it.
Have a responsibility, and I would urge that we follow the precedent of 1877. The Electoral Count Act explicitly allows objections such as this one for votes that were not regularly given. And let me be clear, this objection is for the state of Arizona, but it is broader than that. It is an objection for all 6 of the contested states to have a credible, objective, impartial body hear the evidence. And
what evidence? I've got to keep saying that. What evidence? There's never been a fucking smidgen of evidence produced in any fucking court in 62 cases. What evidence?
Make a conclusive determination.
This guy, see if there's a rumour that it was fucking gold at the bottom of a fucking well in his backyard, he'd be out there fucking digging it up, wouldn't he? He'd be out there fucking with floodlights in the middle of the night digging it up because there's a rumour there's gold in the bottom of his garden.
That would benefit both sides. That would improve legitimacy of this election. And so let me urge my colleagues, all of us take our responsibility seriously. I would urge my colleagues, don't take perhaps the easy path.
Yeah, a lot of your colleagues take their job more seriously than you. Why don't you read fucking Green Eggs and Ham again? Yeah, go on. Green Eggs and Ham. Green Eggs and Ham.
But instead act together, astonish the viewers, and act in a bipartisan sense to say we will have a credible and fair tribunal, consider the claims, consider the facts, consider the evidence, and make a conclusive determination whether and to what extent this election complied with the Constitution and with federal law.
That would be fine if there was any evidence, but you have not produced a single piece of evidence in 2 months. How are you going to find any evidence in 10 days?
I want to mention here that each of the
Examine the evidence and rendered a judgment. And what I would urge of this body is that we do the same. That we appoint an electoral commission.
Right, so we just heard all that. Let's see if they can back something else.
And David, I just want to let you know, or I have a question for you. Now, one thing Democrats do very well is they stick together. Republicans, even in this case, did not stick together.
Oh, wait. No, this is laughable, right? What did she say? Right, what we're seeing here is the Democrats stick together. That's never been the case. The Democrats have always been all over the place, and it's always been the Republicans have always they come out and they're all saying the same 3 fucking talking points. No matter who it is that you interview, they always said, over the last 4 years, the same 3 talking points, the same 3 talking points. Democrats are here, they're there, they're fucking everywhere. One of them's going on about fucking taxation, one of them's going on about fucking healthcare, one of them's going on about fucking, helping the fucking small businesses, somebody else is going on about fucking climate change. The Democrats are all over the fucking shop. So does she saying the Democrats are all together and the Republicans are the ones who are fucking all together? Yeah, well, it's not all of them, love. The Democrats aren't all together, and the Republicans are not all apart. It's only this small fucking band of Trump fucking loyalists who think they can gain some kind of electoral bonus if they kid on that they're supporting Trump to the hilt.
In their quest for a different outcome of the election. Could things have changed if Republicans had a different strategy in contesting these results?
No, there can be no change. The Constitution clearly states what Pence's job is, and it clearly states what you do when somebody is stupid enough to challenge the electoral votes coming from a state. You have got no right to demand another rerun of an election. All you can do is decide whether... if the whole House and the whole Senate thought that there was something really corrupt in the state, but Ted Cruz went back 1870. It's like 160 years ago or whatever. 150 years ago. Come on. He's gone back to something that happened 150 years ago when we didn't have fucking, computer and paper ballot tallies and all that. You can back to when people just scribbled on about it, made people fucking sign an X and couldn't sign their fucking name. That's when he's gone back to, the days of illiteracy. When women didn't even have the fucking vote. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's a really good question. Possibly, but probably not, because you're going to need both the House and the Senate. For example, if the Senate had said they got 50 Republican senators to agree to the objection, the House still would have voted no, and so now you have the House and Senate differing, and at least constitutionally, you need both the House and Senate to both agree to either uphold the objection or deny the objection.
See, this is the same thing, like Georgia. Is it Georgia? Which state is it? I don't even know if it's Georgia. One of the states is like I think it's Georgia. They're refusing to sit a Democratic senator in, for the state Senate. Refusing to sit them, and they're trying to sack the. Is it the governor? Or not the governor, the AG or something like that. And yeah, they can't do that. It's not in their constitution to be able to do that. They're actually going against their own constitution to do that, and it's just crazy. And it already went to the court in that state, and the court says you can't stop this guy from being seated. And now the Republicans are saying, well, we don't agree with your court, we're going to send it to the Supreme Court. Now, even if the Supreme Court takes it up, all they're going to say is we devolve it back to the state. But not, in fact, they won't take it up. They'll say, we don't see anything here for us to look at, and we're going to just, put it back to the state. And so whatever the state court decided, that's going to be the result. And the Republicans are just, I don't know what they're fucking trying to do. They're basically just running out the clock and trying to get fucking legislation passed before this guy gets seated and all that. It's just ridiculous, man, what they're doing. Retards, mate. Fucking retards, you know what I mean? Eventually it's all going to come out in the wash, and whatever they do, whatever they've tried to implement before he got seated, if he's one of the guys that can, his vote's going to count, they just bring it back up and fucking negate it. Stupid fucks.
Objection. So probably not. Look, I gotta tell you, this is. I'm just looking at some of the video coming in from the streets of D.C. I mean, you've got brawls. And here, let me be very specific. I'm watching it, and it's nasty. You've got Trump supporters brawling with Capitol Hill police right there at the foot of the United States Capitol. It's.
I fucking told you, this is fucking going to get real, man. They're brawling with the fucking Capitol State Police. They're trying to fucking, storm the fucking Capitol State House, man. You know what I mean? That's going to get fucking nasty, man. People could get fucking shot here, I just don't understand what Trump and the Republicans are doing, man. I mean, this is like fucking Venezuela, or, you know what I mean? Fuck me, man. This is like some fucking penny ante a little state where people are trying to, have a coup and fucking, depose a fucking president that's been, duly elected. I mean, what's going on in America, man? This is like fucking Venezuela, Argentina, some fucking place like that, you know what I mean, about fucking 30, 40 years ago.
It's a melee. This is horrible. It's horrible. And this is happening at 2 in the afternoon. So anyhow, I just wanted to point that out. Look, back to my comments earlier about Mike Pence, I just want to quickly say that even though there might be a chance he'll do the whole state legislature thing and boot it to them, let's be honest, and let's be real here. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case, because if he was going to do that, he probably would have done it sooner rather than later. But it doesn't look like he's going to do that. So Mike Pence, and I hate to say this word, but probably becomes the most hated man in MAGA Nation right now. And that is really unfortunate, because he has been a staunch supporter of this president.
David, speaking of those brawls, real quick, another update. We are being told that staffers in the Longworth House office building, which is right next to Cannon, which we just heard people were being told to evacuate, are also being told to shelter in place. So the situation there on Capitol Hill quite fluid. Jennifer, I want to ask you something that you kind of hinted towards earlier on. Millions of Americans, after this is all said and done, will say that democracy prevailed once the vote is certified. Millions on the other side will see it very differently. What impact does this have, as Senator Cruz was just saying, on the democratic process going forward? And you mentioned President-elect Joe Biden and his role in all of this, but what about the lawmakers there on the House side and on the Senate, and the responsibility of Americans as well?
He's like, no, I can't hear anything. I wonder if they cut him off because he's talking shit, you know what I mean? I don't know. Let's see if it's going on.
Disputing the integrity or fairness of Arizona's election. His answer was simple: no. Arizona and our 15 counties should be congratulated for running a secure election. Perhaps the most heartening demonstration of Arizona's election success is Jocelyn from Phoenix. Jocelyn is 18 years old and was a first-time voter in 2020. So was Rachel from Tucson, and 1,000 more Arizonans who for the first time exercised their constitutional right to decide their own leaders. Today's challenge to Arizona's election fails any factual analysis. More disturbingly, it seeks to rob Jocelyn and Rachel and more than 3 million Arizonans of a free, fair election.
Okay, hold on.
Those of us who are trusted.
Our Amna Nawaz, who's been there watching a lot of this. Amna, what are you seeing?
Judy,
Capitol Hill veteran. He worked for Speaker Pelosi, worked in the Congress for almost 3 decades. Danny Weiss, you've been talking to people about what's going on. I know that just in the last hour or so, the Cannon House office building had to be evacuated. It's now, I gather, they've now had the all clear and they're back in. But there's a lot of unrest here that we're not used to seeing in Washington.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Judy. This is really disturbing. The visuals that we're seeing and the information that I and others are getting from what's taking place inside the Capitol and the House office buildings. You know, in the course of my time working on the Hill, there were 3 times when I was ordered to evacuate.
Just imagine if this was a Black Lives Matter crowd moving in on the Senate. How many police would be there? How much fucking tear gas would be getting fired? You know what I mean? Just how many riot batons would be being smashed against shields, and how many police would be screaming and shouting, get back, and look at this. They're just letting them all walk right in with all their flags and all that shit.
And I can assure you it is an extremely frightening experience to have armed Capitol Police banging on your office door, running down the hallways, yelling at people to get out. And you don't know what's going on. It was during 9/11. And after 9/11, there was an errant flight from a governor of Kentucky at the time who approached the Capitol airspace. And then during the anthrax scare prior to that. And all of those times, it was thought that this was an attack from a foreign enemy or some type of terrorist organization.
But this is patriots, though. You know, you don't gas patriots. You know, you just let them march right in there.
Organization. Now you're seeing, American citizens who are, again, going back to the point I made earlier, feeling aggrieved that their president didn't win and have been fueled by
How many decades have black citizens, black American citizens, been aggrieved of the treatment they get from the police and the courts? But these people, they're aggrieved, so we're going to let them be aggrieved, really? But because they're white Trump supporters, is that it?
President Trump. And frankly, fueled by this organized challenge, this illegitimate organized challenge to the election. They've been fueled to come to the Capitol and not just protest. Protest is an American democratic institution, and everyone is free to do it, and it's been done throughout our history, obviously. But to violently attack, to attempt to break into buildings, to attempt to bring weapons into Washington, D.C., as the D.C. police found from having monitored communications with Proud Boys and others. This is really, really a disturbing turn. And again, this was invited by President Trump, and it's been fueled, if not invited, by those who have supported this illegitimate challenge to the election.
John Hart is also joining us, watching all of this, listening to the debate.
This is the American seat of government. This would never happen in fucking Britain, man. You'd be allowed to, and we have allowed demonstrators, peaceful demonstrators, to occupy the park across the road from Big Ben and the House of the Parliament. But they would never be allowed to march on the state capital. The country's capital. No way. They allowed people with guns to march into state capitals in different states in America. None of them were gassed or tased or anything like that. The police stood there, tried to block them and put up with them screaming in their face. If that had been Black Lives Matter people, I guarantee you they'd have been gassed, tased, shot, arrested. Why is this being allowed? Is it simply because they're white? What, there's no white privilege in America? You fucking kidding me? What the fuck is going on here? This is your fucking national capital, man. This is your seat of government. What the hell is going on, America? Why is the National Guard not there fucking gassing them and pushing them back out the fucking Capitol? They are on the steps of your fucking Capitol, man. Your government, your seat of government. They're on the steps of your seat of government. Where is the response, America?
On the floor of the House and Senate. John Hart, you worked for the late Republican Senator Tom Coburn of Oklahoma for a number of years, both when he was in the House and in the Senate. Can you compare this to anything you saw during your time working at the Capitol?
Do you remember the video I showed of the fucking Kent, Ohio Kent, 1970 fucking Kent State? 4 students shot dead, 9 injured. A peaceful demonstration. They weren't challenging any state house or anything, they were just sitting on their own campus. And they got shot. These people are attacking your seat of government. And nothing is getting done about it. What the fuck is going on, man?
No, Judy, this is a very sad moment for me. Look, I was on Capitol Hill on 9/11. I'll never forget fleeing the building. We were walking towards the Washington Monument and heard an explosion. And that ended up being one of the F-15s that broke the sound barrier to find the plane that eventually crashed in Pennsylvania. So it's a terrifying moment to be in the building and be evacuated. And Judy, what Republicans have to realize right now is that this is the defining image of today. The defining image is people trying to break into the Capitol and abandoning the American tradition of resolving differences peacefully. And that is going to overshadow the entire debate we're going to hear in both chambers. This is a sad moment, and I think Republicans, to their credit, are in the chamber urging protesters to be peaceful, to back down. But the votes that are cast today are going to legitimize this behavior. And I hope that Republicans decide that it isn't worth it to avoid the political pain of crossing the president, and that they find other ways to express their legitimate concerns about elections other than legitimizing a deeply anti-American action here.
I hear what you're saying, John Hart. At the same time, we know that most Republicans, even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who just now spoke out against the president's opposition to the electoral vote count and said he's going to support
Let's go back to the inside and see what's happening.
They're in a recess right now, and Senator Langford had just spoken, and I'm joined here by Trey Gons Phillips. We've been watching your comments here on YouTube, and a lot of mixed opinions there, as you'd expect. And Trey, it's been an interesting couple hours here so far since this kicked off just about, well, actually about a little over an hour ago.
Yeah, no, it's been a crazy ride so far. I mean, it's just a lot of partisanship. I think it's what we expected. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, a lot of fighting and arguing. But at this point, I think it's more about just letting the process play itself out. Obviously, we want people to be heard. We want legitimate concerns to be heard. So I think, like I said, it's just about letting the process play itself out. But I'm expecting it's going to go on for quite some time today. So
yeah, and it's definitely interesting positioning as well. I saw a lot of y'all in the chat there. Some of you not happy with Pence, and I know a lot of people were expecting Pence to just kind of come in and perhaps do some sort of maneuver that could throw a monkey wrench into the whole thing. Same thing with McConnell. McConnell's statement was very much a repudiation of this tactic, pointing out to the Republicans criticizing it back in
partisanship. And that's what we have to address if we're going to heal and move forward after today.
Well, that's clearly part of, I hear what you're saying.
On partisanship. And that's what we have to address.
Election results for week after week, during which time
they're fucking up at the fucking doors, man. They're poured up the steps, man. That's an invasion. Why is it? I thought the DC National Guard had been called out. I thought they were going to be there on the step to protect the fucking the Senate and House, man. What is going on? Oh my God, this is fucking crazy. This is madness. This is fucking crazy. Fucking. If they get in there, they could fucking murder fucking senators and shit. You know. Who the fuck knows if any of them have got guns on them or fucking shit? I'm sure there's nobody there to fucking, search them. There's too many. If they break through the doors and get inside, any of those cunts get in, they could have grenades on, they could have fucking anything, man. Why are they not being fucking pushed back down the stairs and off the fucking the property? I just don't understand this. If that was fucking black people, fuck me. There'd already be fucking half a dozen of them fucking shot, mate. There would be gas fucking canisters flying fucking everywhere. Where's the police and the fucking, National Guard? What's going on? What's going on here?
Now at that door, they are banging on the door. They are pushing against the door. They are trying to get in. Capitol Police, they are moving the door. They are now hitting the window of the door, trying to have broken the glass to the door to the U.S. Capitol. I can't tell what object this person is using. It is some kind of hard physical object. The glass is shattering. I am in a safe place because I'm one level above them. These doors are supposed to be very secure, but they have broken through one side of the glass, and they are now, it looks like a double pane of glass. One side has shattered. The other side is now shattering. This is a very dense group of protesters. They are packed side to side. Capitol Police, you hear that knocking. That is them trying to shatter the glass of this door. You can hear the
Why have the Capitol Police not fired through the fucking door? Why have they not taken action and fucking use force to fucking get these fuckers away, man? You know what I mean? I don't understand what is fucking going on. These people are trying to storm your parliament, basically. You know what I mean? If this happened in Britain, yeah, they would be at the door and they would fucking shoot that cunt breaking the glass. They would fucking shoot him. He broke the glass, bang. You would fucking shoot him through the hole he made. What the fuck is going on here, man?
You can hear the metal of the door being tested. Capitol Police were guarding this door. They were standing in front of it. Now a second glass is being broken as protesters enter. Can you get video?
See, the problem you've got with a crowd like this, see when they think they've achieved something, it gives them, it gives them juice, you know what I mean? They're going to feel they'll achieve something, they're going to push even harder, and then a crowd mentality takes over. When they bust through that door, I mean, they are going to go fucking mental, you know? They're going to pour in there, they're not going to know, they're not going to think about what they're doing, and they're just going to grab people and shit like that. These cops need to fucking do something new. Where the fuck is the National Guard? I thought the DC fucking governor pulled the National Guard. Why are they not there? Why are they not moving in and fucking, gassing all these fucking people and fucking making them fucking run back? I don't understand what's going on here, man. What the fuck is going on in America? These people could go in and kill your fucking parliament. They could kill senators and fucking representatives. Once they get in there, man, who the fuck knows what they're going to do? You cannot let them break that fucking door down. What the fuck is going on?
Can you get video of this? So we don't know. The protesters are not leaving. They seem to be giving each other more space. They have stopped trying to open the glass. There is no more banging. But I don't see Capitol Police here. At this location, there are 3 reporters, a few of the Senate doorkeepers. The Capitol Police have asked others to exit, but there's no Capitol Police in my position at this time. They seem to have moved away from this area. It now looks like the crowd is again raising in hostility. There are more pushes at the door, Judy. This is a real test literally a test of the security of the front door of the U.S. Capitol, which so far is holding, but protesters continue to push to try and break into this building.
Just extraordinary what Lisa Desjardins is describing. She is located right above, as she says, on a balcony inside the Capitol building on the House side, looking down at protesters breaking the glass, attempting to break into the Capitol building. And Lisa, if you can still hear me, is there, you say the Capitol Police are moving away. Does that mean there's no security on the inside? I know you're trying to get stay close enough to see what's going on, but we want you to stay safe.
There is not security within the first 20 feet of this door, but that is the only part that I can see. There may be security underneath me, underneath the balcony I'm standing on. But there is no police on this level, which there is a staircase immediately next to this door where...
I can only imagine that they never imagined this could ever happen in America, and they're just not fucking prepared for it. They're probably, right now, contacting the National Guard, perhaps even fucking contacting like a rapid military response to fucking come here and sort this shit out, man. If there's not enough guards on there to deal, look at the size of this crowd. If there's not enough, Capitol Police to deal with this, I mean, I can't imagine there is. What the fuck are they going to do if these fuckers break through that door? I mean, they've got hand pistols, but what if you got fucking, 12, 14 rounds? A magazine? If cunts with this pouring, man, you are fucked. If you shoot any of them, they're probably going to take your gun off you, they'll swamp you, take your gun out, kill you. And that's going to anger them. They're going to be even more inflamed. Fuck me, what is going on, America? What the hell is fucking going on? What is Trump This was Trump that started this shit, saying he was going to help, he was going to lead them to the fucking Capitol building. He did say that, well, at least I seen someone comment that Trump had just said that. I didn't hear him say it myself. I haven't looked through his whole speech. Who wants to, he just rambles shit. But he definitely stirred this crowd up to come here. Oh, god damn. He's responsible for this. Trump is responsible for this.
Protesters could obviously come up the staircase right away. I see a pair of police handcuffs on the ground that were abandoned. Protesters now are using the end of a staff holding an American flag to try and break through one of these windows. It's hard I don't know the details of this glass. There is at least one pane on two windows that has shattered. The second pane seemed to be holding up. I assume that is some kind of highly secure, maybe bulletproof glass. But protesters continue to try and break it open.
Lisa, we're listening to you, and we want you to, again, stay safe as you report on what's going on. I am told that both the House and the Senate have now adjourned temporarily because of these protests. No doubt out of a concern for safety of the members of the House and the Senate. And this is Statutory Hall there at the Capitol. You can.
I hope fucking Ted Cruz is happy with his fucking position right now. I hope Donald Trump is very happy with what he's fucking caused today. I hope the American people love and support Trump and Ted Cruz for their fucking apparent fucking hatred of America, its constitution, and its democratic fucking, processes. Because this is what happens when you rile enough fucking idiots up to think that they can just negate 200 years of democracy, and now you're no better than Argentina or Venezuela or fucking Cuba. Donald Trump, yeah, he's going to be the what do you call him, Castro of fucking America, basically. Yeah.
You can see it's empty. Members of Congress, we presume, have found a place to go to keep them safe. We know the Vice President regularly has Secret Service with him, but we don't know. We know that members of the House and Senate typically do not, other than the Speaker of the House. Perhaps, go ahead, Lisa.
Judy, there are protesters. Protesters have now broken into the U.S. Capitol, not through this door, I'm told, by a side door, but I have seen protesters at this location. I am now removing to a different location for the moment. I will come back here if I can. I saw one protester who has gotten into the building. It looks like protesters are now, perhaps some of them routing. Oh, here's a protester who is trying to open this door from the inside. For those on the outside, he is unable to do it. The door obviously has been locked by Capitol Police. There is a Senate doorkeeper who is unarmed, is yelling at the...
What the fuck is going on? He's just walking by these people, hasn't pulled his gun and fucking tried to arrest them? Shoot the fuckers? What the fuck is going on, man?
Protesters telling them, oh, that protester has now opened the front door of the Capitol.
He just walked by them.
Fellow protesters in. There is a single Capitol Police officer trying to stop this on his own. He is trying to get in between the crowd, trying to enter the U.S. Capitol. Just one police officer trying to stop a crowd of dozens pushing their way inside, and he is unable to stop them. They are now slowly making their way through what is a bottleneck, a small opening in this Capitol door. I'm going to step back because you can hear the shouting. I'm carefully watching the situation to keep myself safe. There are now some it looks like riot police also entering the door, trying to get around the protesters. It is a chaotic scene. The only thing helping the situation is that the door is just barely open, wide enough for a single person to enter at one time. There is a Trump flag on the top of protesters trying to enter. There are protesters on each side of the door physically contacting police. So far, it has not come to blows, but there is pushing and shoving as police try to bring in their fellow riot police members and stop Trump protesters. Now I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now protesters are now arriving in larger numbers through this breach. The Capitol Police are unable to stop them.
Why has nobody been fucking shot yet, man? If that was a horde of black people pouring in, I bet you those fucking security guards would have pulled their guns and shot some of them by now. Why is it because they're fucking Trump supporters nobody's being fucking shot? They've invaded the Parliament, the Capitol building of America, the seat of power of America. They've invaded with who knows what intention, and not a single bullet has been fired yet. They've smashed and broken through the door. Not a single person has been fucking apprehended, shot, tased, or anything. What the fuck is going on? Oh my fucking God.
It looks like a dozen or so, maybe more. This is an ongoing battle which police are losing. It looks like protesters are entering the Capitol at will.
A stunning set of developments are Lisa Desjardins at the Capitol describing the Trump supporters who are gathered protesting the results of the election, the what is supposed to be the formal count of the electoral vote. Today they are gathered outside the Capitol. They have now pushed their way into the Capitol. We've heard Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, we are urging you to stay as safe as possible. But they have pushed their way in. They broke glass. They've broken glass on a door or a window. You can now see video of protesters inside Statuary Hall. This is normally an area where people, there are Capitol Police who monitor. You have to show an ID of some sort. You have to be there for a reason. The public is normally welcome, but in order and with identification. And this is clearly a breach of that. These are people coming through. We don't know what their intention is. I believe they'd be walking from the House side to the Senate side, but I can't tell. Maybe Lisa is there on the House side of the Capitol, and Lisa, I'm prepared to go to you whenever you have some additional reporting. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Judy?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I have some of the protesters standing with me who have broken in, and I'm going to do an interview over the phone. Very good. Sir, if you don't mind, you're on air with PBS. Thank you for talking with me. Can you tell me your name?
No, I can't.
Okay. Tell me, I know that you just broke into the U.S. Capitol. That's fine. Tell me why you just took this action.
We're fed up with our politicians.
This is obviously an extreme evidence.
The police shot at us first before we did anything.
Wait, what?
Did the police shoot at you today? Are you personally saying you saw the police shoot you? You were shot by a rubber bullet today. Can I see that, please? I do. I see it. Okay. But tell me that you do not think this is violent, breaking into the U.S. Capitol?
Was 1776 violent?
You are saying this is on the same level as the American Revolution.
This might be the first stepping stone.
What is your goal here? What are you going to do after you stop talking with me?
I'm going to keep exploring this building. Yeah, we were just looking for the bathroom when we stumbled up there.
I mean, do you understand that this is something that you're telling people all over America that they should tear down public buildings? Is that a message that you want to send?
If the time comes where you feel like that's necessary, it's in our Constitution that we can raise up against our government.
What is it that has made you so angry? And this is my last question for you. I think people don't understand what is it exactly?
The election was stolen from Donald Trump. That's the main reason most of these people are here. Not me personally, but most of these people Donald Trump did not win the election.
Thank you for talking to me. All right. So these are two of the protesters that have now entered the U.S. Capitol. You can tell it is a mix of anger and also, frankly, just being cavalier about what they themselves are doing, perhaps not understanding the seriousness of action that they've just taken.
Lisa Desjardins there at the Capitol for us reporting. She's been talking with the protesters who've broken into the building. We have to say broken in because they've not gone through normal channels. They came to Washington to protest, to support President Trump, and now they have gone into the Capitol, which is normally a place where entrance is regulated for safety reasons. This is all happening while the House and Senate have been in session to consider the count of the electoral votes. Both of those sessions have now gone into recess or temporarily adjourned for safety.
Do any of these people understand that you can come there anytime you want and get in and take photographs anyway? You're entitled to visit your capital. You didn't need to go there and charge the door and break it down to get in, just to take some photographs. But thank God that they didn't go in their way, as a ravenous beast tearing through the place, because I thought that might be what was going on. I was wrong. So they're basically just a bunch of losers who don't know what the hell they were there for. They were probably egged on by being in a crowd to smash the door in, and then once they get in, at least their brains return to basically normal stupidity, and now they're just wandering about taking video and photographs that they're going to put on their social media channels, I'd imagine, to say that they were there. And that's basically all it is, hopefully. And hopefully there isn't MD there with any explosives or guns looking for somebody to kill. God damn. Still, I don't think they should have been allowed to get in, and I guess America's going to have to reevaluate the security of its Capitol building. I mean, if just a mob like that can just march up there and break in, just imagine if when the doors were open on a normal working day, a whole bunch of terrorists just turned up and walked in there and then pulled out guns, killed the guards at the door, ran through, started throwing grenades about the place. You really need to fucking up your security, by the way, of your most, I would imagine, most important people. your senators and representatives. This just shows you how weak your fucking security is of your Capitol building. When a bunch of fucking low-brained, know-nothings can just break in and start wandering about the fucking place, you know? God damn.
Reasons. We don't know where the senators and the members of the House have gone. We assume they've been escorted somewhere to stay safe as possible. We also don't know the intent of these visitors, protesters. We don't know. We heard the gentleman say when the time comes to rise up against the government, and in essence saying that's what they're doing. So we don't know what that means, what their end goal here is today, whether they plan to enter the House and Senate chambers. Right now we see them walking across Statuary Hall. This is a part of the Capitol. This is basically the center, Statuary Hall. It's the center of the Capitol building. It's a place normally people walk through there, across there to get from one side of the Capitol to the other. I think most of these people have been walking from the House side to the Senate side, but we're continuing to watch that. And while we do, I want to turn back to our White House correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor, who, Yamiche, we know President Trump spoke to these protesters earlier today for quite some time, I guess about an hour or longer. He's now back at the White House. Do you think, is he aware of what he's unleashed here?
It's unclear exactly whether or not President Trump understands just how bad the situation is, but it's clear that the situation, of course, has deteriorated. The security of the federal government has been breached. The incredible reporting from Lisa with people breaking into the U.S. Capitol. And instead of talking about that, instead of putting out a statement or putting out people at the White House to say that this is not something that they should be doing,
and that's going to be Trump's defence. Well, I showed the weakness of the defence of the Capitol, so now you can fix it, blah, 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 you know what I mean? I did you a favour, because that's always, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. The people were angry. I didn't make them out. The people were angry. You know what I mean? This is going to be his fucking defence, a fucking wanker.
Condemning this. The president is instead tweeting and attacking the vice president of the United States in this historic moment. He's lashing out, saying that Vice President Pence did not stand up for what was right. These are people, of course, that have believed the president's conspiracy theories for weeks and months now. The president has been egging people on, saying that the election was stolen from him, saying that the election was rigged. And now what we see is a consequence of those conspiracy theories. This is the definition of words having consequences. And now what the president is doing is continuing to egg these people on. There is no condemnation as of now at the White House. We just went back, our producer just went back to where all of the White House communications people sit. She said doors are closed. So right now, as all of this is happening, the federal government, the headquarters of the United States, is not saying anything about what's happening.
It is simply extraordinary. And Yamiche, as I'm listening to you, I'm reading the tweet by the president criticizing his own vice president, Mike Pence, who's probably been more loyal to this president than anyone else, standing by him through every controversy since he took office and even before. But what the president tweeted, and I'm reading, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving.
And so it turns out that whole mob went in there and they were pussies. They're all a bunch of pussies. They just wanted to go in and take photographs of a place that they could go in any day of the fucking year and take photographs anyway. It's like Ted Cruz. It's all just been a big bit of show, but they're not that angry. If they were that angry, it would have been a storming mob and they would have burned the place down. Obviously they weren't there to burn the place down, I was mistaken. So yeah, big bunch of pussies. They turned up in force, overcame the fucking defences of the Capitol, took some pictures, and then walked back out like a bunch of little fucking babies. So thank God that's what they are.
Giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to personally certify. USA demands the truth. Of course, that is a false statement. The election results have been certified repeatedly, but they've been held up by numerous courts, including by judges who were appointed by Republicans, including judges who were appointed by President Trump himself. None of these allegations of fraud, of abuse in the counting of the election results have been upheld. So this is where we are. The House and the Senate have both now adjourned for the time being while we see protesters here in Washington called to come here by President Trump, who have broken into the Capitol building, broken windows, broken into, pushed doors open, making their way freely through the Capitol. We don't know for what purpose, to express their strong disappointment, disapproval. But beyond that, we don't know. We know there's been some violence. There were physical skirmishes. We did hear the protester who was interviewed by our Lisa Desjardins, our congressional correspondent. He did say to her that a policeman had fired rubber bullets. We don't have any information about that, but we do know that the what security guards or security exists at the Capitol has been overwhelmed by these hundreds, and it looks like even thousands of protesters who've come here from different parts of the country, different parts of the United States, in support of the president's false statement that the election was stolen. There's no evidence of that, no evidence at all of that. Now, I'm told, see, I'm asking our producer, Sarah, just to tell me again what you just said. Okay, I'm told that the House has just now come back into session. We don't know what's going on there. We don't have a picture of the House just yet. But let's go back to our Amna Nawaz correspondent who's out on the grounds of the Capitol watching all of this. Amna, from your perspective, what are you hearing and seeing?
Yeah, Judy, well, the crowds out here only continue to grow. Everything you heard from Lisa inside, these crowds are attempting to do the same thing on this side. Just to bring everyone up to speed, about half an hour ago, vehicle barriers that had been set up about 100 yards away or so from the Capitol were first breached by a group of protesters. Capitol Hill police retreated a little bit more. Then hundreds more protesters started to stream up this walkway in front of the Capitol. You can see those crowds now continuing to grow. And I have to tell you, people still arriving here at this location from every corner around that I can see. You now see people who have breached all the way up to the entrance of the Capitol on this side, on one set of stairs. On another, Capitol Hill police have also retreated further back another 20 or 30 yards, and the protesters continue to gain ground. It is a remarkable scene. It's a very, very strange scene to see people holding Trump flags and MAGA flags and Don't Tread on Me flags and a number of other messages, waving those flags and chanting Stop the Steal and USA on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. It's unclear exactly what they intend to do. We know that there have been a few moments where everything seems to kind of ramp up. People make a run for some of the doors. They're stopped by a few members of the Capitol Police. Nothing has gotten violent yet. I say yet because I have to say, over the last few minutes, tensions have really increased. And it's very uneasy. It's very hard to see what's going to happen next. But also it's very clear to see Capitol Hill police are gravely outnumbered. There's a very small presence here. There's a few cars parked along outside the Capitol barriers here as well. But the crowds continue to arrive unabated, and they are streaming closer and closer up to the Capitol. What you see now is a massive crowd of Trump supporters that have taken over the steps of the Capitol, and it's unclear what, if anything, could move them. Now, occasionally we do hear these loud bang sounds. We believe those to be flashbangs, which police will sometimes deploy to try to break up a crowd or get them to disperse. They don't seem to be working. The crowds only get bigger and bigger. Mostly calm at the moment, but Judy, I have to say it's very uneasy, and every few minutes someone...
I'm sorry, it's very uneasy, right? I guarantee you this would never happen in fucking Britain. If people stormed the fucking doors of Parliament in Britain, there would be soldiers and fucking armed police there instantly. There would be tear gas and there would be fucking bullets fired. If it happened in France, the same would happen. In Germany, the same would fucking happen. America just lets people go up there, smash the doors down to their fucking capital city and walk in. I'm sorry, America, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, nothing happened, but there could have been people there willing to go in there with fucking Perco bombs and fucking explosives and blow the fuck out of that Capitol building, set it on fire and burn it down, and nothing was done to stop it. The fact that when they got inside they didn't do anything isn't the fucking point. The point is they could have been there with malice in their hearts and nothing was done to fucking stop it. What the fuck is going on in America? What the fuck? Half of your fucking representatives and senators could be dead by now. And I didn't see a single fucking thing done to stop it.
Someone else seems to make a run for the Capitol. Tensions seem to rise again. Someone else yells and the chanting begins again and again. It's very hard to see how a situation like this gets diffused. Judy?
Very hard to see, Amna. We have learned in the last few minutes that the mayor of the District of Columbia, Mayor Muriel Bowser, has called for a curfew in Washington, D.C. to start at 6 o'clock tonight through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are still, it's just a little after 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern time, so we're a little more.
Why is there not a single canister of fucking CS gas fucking in there, man? What the fuck is going on? Where's the riot squad? Where is the fucking pushback to push these people off the steps of your fucking Capitol building, America? What the fuck is going on? Fuck me. These people just so calm, watching like, yeah, you're doing this and, oh, we're just waiting. What? Where's the response units? This is your Capitol building, your senators, your representatives. Where the fuck is the response units to fucking get these people out of the Capitol building and make people fucking safe inside? What the fuck, America, is going on? I fucking don't know what the fuck has happened in America, but you apparently can't even protect your own fucking parliament. Your Senate and your House, you can't protect them. These people could have poured in there and pulled fucking handguns and bombs and petrol bombs out of their fucking backpacks. Who was there to check anybody coming in there? Nobody. They were walking back and forward with backpacks on their back. They could have been full of explosives. They could have blown the whole fucking place to bits. And you're all like really calm, just thinking, oh well, you know, it's just a fucking, yeah, what? It's just a demonstration. What the fuck is going on?
More than 3 hours away from that curfew, but that is an effort by the district government to clear the streets, I guess to anticipate. We know that things can sometimes take a worse turn after sunset, at dark, but so it does appear to be an effort by the leaders of the district to calm things down. But at this point, that crowd, from the looks of what Amna was describing, the pictures we've been seeing, and certainly from the description we heard from Lisa Desjardins, what's going on inside the Capitol, people breaking glass, breaking in, coming in, streaming in through the doors, making their way through the Capitol. No sign of when or how that is going to calm down, how it comes to an end, what it is that they are asking to have happen. Obviously, they want the results of the election.
Can you imagine if this was a crowd of black people? Can you imagine what would have happened if this was a crowd of black people smashing the doors down to the Capitol building? What the response would have been? But look at these fucking idiots wandering in, taking photographs like fucking Chinese fucking tourists. And they allowed them to smash the door in. They were smashing that door in for like fucking 15, 20 minutes. Where's the rapid response team? Where's the fucking, you know, the what do you call it? Your state fucking militia, whatever you call it. You know what I mean? To come and protect the cap. What is going on? Why isn't the army turning up there in fucking helicopters? With tear gas and fucking, you know, live fucking rounds. I mean, fuck me. The Vice President of America is in there. You know what I mean? I'm sure you've got fucking, he's got, what do you call it? You know, the security that looks after the President, the Vice President. They're fucking armed, you know what I mean? Why are they not calling in fucking somebody to come and fucking sort this shit out? Why are these people still here fucking 30, 40 minutes after it started, still there mobbing the state capitol's fucking, you know, The nation's capital fucking house. Why are they still there? What the fuck is going on? Is it because they're white? You say there's no white fucking privilege, really? The President fucking trumpet ass gave them fucking licenses to be there or something? What the fuck is going on, man?
Overturned. They want, as President Trump has been calling for, he wants the results in his words, to be returned.
I don't care what he wants. What I'd like to see is a fucking response to this fucking God's sake. Any nation in the world who had their fucking parliament building attacked would have responded to make sure that the people inside. It's a joint session of the Senate and House. And these people were allowed to come up and kick the doors in and walk inside? Are you fucking kidding me? No nation in the world, other than fucking apparently America, would let this fucking happen. What the fuck is going on, man?
To the states, so that there would presumably be some sort of recounting or verification that would lead to a completely different result.
Why they're there? They're not allowed to fucking do this.
It requires a leap of the imagination to understand what that would look like, and there's no indication at all that that's going to happen. There's no one in any official position who says that.
Let's see what they're saying over here. It's the same fucking thing. Like what you're saying.
NBC News is reporting that VP Pence and Senator Grassley have been taken to a secure location. The doors of the Senate have been closed and locked, and senators have been told to stay away from the doors. That's according to NBC News.
If this is a bunch of Arabs, you know what I mean? If this is like Arabs or blacks or Chinese people or Jews, you know what I mean? I guarantee there would have been fucking canisters of fucking all kinds of CS gas and bullets flying fucking everywhere. Because it's Trump supporters, nobody wants to hurt them. What the fuck? These fuckers need to be pushed off the fucking steps and told to get the fuck out of here, man. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is these are all anti-progressive Trump supporters. Oh yeah, okay. This fucking, I knew somebody would have to say that. Yeah.
I'm seeing one comment from Kadeem Brown. He said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." I think that's definitely an encouraging message that we could all pay attention to today, particularly with what's going on the Capitol. Like we said, we don't.
What the fuck is this prick on about? Blessed the meek will inherit the earth. So. These don't look like meek. They just smashed the fucking door down to the Capitol building in fucking Washington, D.C. And you're fucking saying, oh, we can all take heart and fucking, you know, blessed are the meek. They're not fucking meek. They've attacked the Capitol building physically. Nothing meek about that, you fucking asshole. Fuck me.
Know a whole lot, and hopefully the situation de-escalates soon. I know the Capitol Police are working to get that.
Yeah, they're all going to suddenly realise it's prayer time and they're all going to go home. Oh no, they don't do that, do they? Because that's the Arabs that do that, right? That's Mozzies that do that, isn't it? Muslims, they all go, oh, it's time to go and pray, we better go and face fucking Mecca. The Christians, they don't give a fuck, they don't have to fucking pray once a fucking year. And Catholics, yeah, once a year go in and, you know, get your sins fucking given up, you know what I mean? See religious people, he's a religious person. You can tell because you think, oh, blessed are the meek and all that. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. This isn't fucking, you know, meek. And it's no Antifa. It's fucking Trump motherfuckers. Look at them, don't step on me fucking banners and Trump, Trump, Trump. You think any Antifa's going to carry out fucking boot them?
Get to that point. So hopefully that'll be resolved sooner rather than later. But as far as we know, there still are people, like you said, Dan, who are in the Capitol.
Yeah. And I think is there any hope, Trey? I mean, can we actually expect the media to largely report this as a mostly peaceful protest? Probably not. I don't think that's going to be the spin you're going to get today.
Wait. This was a mostly peaceful protest. They marched on the Capitol building and smashed the doors in. And then they didn't kill anybody, so it's mostly peaceful. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay. If that was fucking a black man, the first time he hit the fucking door, somebody would have shot him. Because he's a white Trump fucking MAGA fucker, you let him smash the fucking doors open and walk around inside with a backpack on his back that could contain any kind of explosive, guns, any fucking thing. But it's mostly, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not there to kill anybody. Yeah, okay. Fuck me.
From the mainstream media, and again, I don't know what's going on in there, so I don't want to make light of the fact of whatever's going on.
But you know, it's the left, it's the violent ones. You know what I mean? All these leftists. You remember all the times that the left wing fucking have attacked the Capitol building and busted doors down. Oh no, almost every fucking year, isn't it? You know what I mean? The left are always attacking the Capitol building. They're always smashing the doors in. You know what I mean? Storming in there with their Antifa fucking flags and spray painting everywhere. You know, the left are the aggressive, angry ones, isn't they? Yeah.
But I have not heard anything other than them just going in past where they're supposed to go, which again is, as many are pointing out.
Wait. They're not going in past anywhere they're supposed to go. They smashed the fucking doors open, you fucking idiot. The doors were locked and they smashed the fucking door. They weren't supposed to go past those fucking doors. What the fuck? Fuck you, CBN. Like, you can fuck off, right? God damn.
Witnessed before, and yet here we are. Hundreds of people have taken to the steps of the Capitol to try to stop the process that they believe has been stolen.
Here we are, exactly right. And as you say, Amna, unsettled, unpredictable. We don't know where this is headed. I do want to report that President Trump tweeted just about 5 minutes ago an appeal for calm. I'm just going to read his very brief tweet. He said, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful!" ! Interesting the president tweeted this since he was the one who called for his supporters and to show up in Washington to protest the results of the election. Lisa Desjardins inside the
Let's see what,
State's Capitol. There are shots ringing out in the chamber. Post that, or I'm. One of them is already up on the dais, yelling that Trump won the election. I'm trying to find out right now because I believe we're seeing reports that shots have been fired. So as soon as I have any indication as to whether that's true or not, I will
any shots fired
let you know.
But some say to get shot by a rubber bullet.
The crazy thing is that when Trump went into, wanted to go across the street so that he could wave a Bible in the air at St. John's Episcopal Church for a photo op, as much tear gas as I've ever seen in my life was released onto peaceful protesters. And now, when pro-Trump forces have quite literally breached the U.S. Capitol building, not even a pepper ball in sight. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, not a single.
Right. Let me see what I can find right now.
Right? So that is on the House side. The House office buildings are in that. I think this is our chopper shot from our local affiliate, if I am guessing correctly. You can see those House office buildings on the other side of the street. The underground passages that you're talking about connect those different facilities. The street obviously shut down, police in place. The other piece of this is the law enforcement presence. This rally had been what was originally a rally, which has turned into something very different, had been planned. It was a known event. It was known that people who were supporting President Trump were traveling in from all over the country to be on the National Mall at the Ellipse, where the president, by the way, spoke right? Didn't just watch. He actually actively went and spoke and engaged with those protesters. And now hear what we're seeing at the Capitol, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. On the phone with us right now is Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger from Illinois. Congressman, thank you for joining us. First of all, are you and your colleagues safe right now?
Yeah, everybody's safe. I don't want to give my location, but I'll tell you this is madness, and anybody that calls themselves a Republican like myself should be very ashamed right now. And I don't know if this has ever happened in history. It's disgusting, and this is not how democracies and how politics works.
I don't think a lot of folks would disagree with you on that. Can you tell us, you were in the middle of debate, was there simply an adjournment and you were taken to a special place? I mean, how did it all play out from your point of view?
Yeah, in my case, I kind of started seeing things unfurl, so I came back to a different location, and but I have been talking to people that are on the floor, and you know, obviously when the Capitol was breached, they did security protocol, which they're good at, but, you know, significantly outnumbered, throwing on escape hoods. I mean, we have these, you know, emergency escape hoods that we think it's one of those doomsday scenarios that we'll never use. We're using those. And right now, I think it's a matter of hoping that cooler heads prevail, hoping that the president actually quits being a coward and calls in the D.C. Guard and actually takes some leadership for a moment. But, you know, until then, we're going to continue to do what we need to do to be safe.
Are you, what we're watching right now, do you lay that at the president's feet?
Do I think, wait, say that again, I couldn't understand that.
Yeah, what we're watching right now with the siege of the Capitol, do you lay this at the president's feet? Is he responsible?
Yeah. I mean, look, absolutely. You know, not just in his speech today where he basically implied this was going to happen. We've seen this all over Twitter. I don't look at Parler, but I hear it's been all over Parler. This is not a surprise to anybody and shouldn't be. And I've said for weeks that I fear violence on January 6th. And for the president to go out today when everybody's in a heightened emotional state after being falsely promised that somehow Congress can magically pick the next president, he completely shirked his responsibility as president to keep the American people safe.
A number of your colleagues in the House and certainly a number from the Senate have announced, and they've already demonstrated that they are going to try to reject some of these electoral votes. Do you think that this will stop the process, or do you think that they will want to carry on once order is restored there?
Well, because the Constitution, you know, is enduring, the process will go forward. If any of my friends or colleagues continue with the objection, I think that is a disgrace. I think the reality is, first off, it was a fool's errand anyway. It was a grift, an attempt to raise money. And now, after this, if we, you know, assuage these actions, we can only expect more in the future.
What was it like? I don't know if you actually heard Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks today, but he essentially, he essentially broke ranks with the president and said it's over, it's done in so many words. What was it like to hear that?
Well, you know, it was good. I wish he'd have said it a while ago. But, you know, the bottom line is we have too many people out here that want to avoid temporary pain by telling people what they don't want to hear. So they go along with this magical idea that Congress gets to pick the president. Congress doesn't. And what we're seeing now is, you know, the result of false hope given to people. And so it was great to see the majority leader say that. I hope all the leadership in the House and Senate say the exact same thing. And I hope when we reconvene finally that we move forward and just accept the results as the American people voted for, whether we like those results or not.
I think it's fair to say that much of your party will bear some of the stain of this day going forward. There is also the vote in Georgia that we're watching very closely, that when all is said and done, we could be looking at a Democratic-held Senate. How serious is the damage to the Republican Party going forward?
I think it's serious. I think, you know, did we make gains within minority communities? Sure, but we're losing in one very terminal demographic, and that is young people. As young people grow older, they're rejecting Republican politics. We've gotten away from the Reagan-esque idea of explaining the compassion of conservatism, and we've relegated to a culture war. That's not the Republican Party that me at 42 years old was in love with. I love the idea of a strong American leadership and leadership around the globe.
Yeah, but that's what you've been relegated to because you've allowed your part to be infiltrated by fucking nutcases, mate, and you did nothing to support the proper order. You sat back and thought that you could fucking coast through, you prick.
We have to get back to that, but we're going to bear the consequences of this for a little bit.
Before I let you go, have you or any of your colleagues, is there any effort right now to try and get in touch with the White House and say, please make this stop?
I don't know. I think right now it's kind of the, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're at the bottom of that and just getting through this moment. But I certainly hope people with rank in the House are doing that and in the Senate. And we go beyond some, tweet saying thank you to the Capitol Police. And we actually start calling for real action to restore order to the people's house. Otherwise, we're no different than any of, these failed democracies around the world.
All right. Well, Congressman Adam Kinzinger, Republican from Illinois, we thank you for being with us, and we're grateful that you and your colleagues are okay right now. Please stay safe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This looks like any other failed democracy, mate, around the world. Venezuela, Argentina, fucking Cuba, some of the eastern fucking states, you know what I mean? I just don't know, man. America, how far have you fallen in 4 years? 4 fucking years. You went from the highest respected democracy in the world to this. It is absolutely disgusting. Your politicians, half of them, need to be fucking sacked, mate. Because they fucking supported this shit. Donald Trump, you can't impeach him, but he should certainly be fucking taken to court and tried for treason and insurrection. That's my view, anyway.
Kept going. There was another guy in militia-like tan garb who walked by us, and I think he didn't see my microphone initially, and he said, we made it to Nancy's office. When I asked him to stop and talk to us, he also declined on that, but there's kind of been, if those people were in fact inside, a celebratory mood here for them as they make their way out. You can see up on the steps here where people are still gathered. Off to the left side of the steps, Capitol Police have kind of congregated in a group there, and they've been there for the last little bit, kind of just standing by to the side of these protesters. We have seen a couple snipers, or what appear to be snipers, on the roof of the U.S. Capitol. Other than that, though, the situation on this side has remained somewhat calm. It's not really the right word for this, but as you said, we have not seen any acts of violence per se right in front of us, but we have seen a forceful crowd as they made their way up to the front and initially passed through those bicycle barricades. They are still here, and as some people come out and claim to have been inside the U.S. Capitol.
This is the thing as well. The Capitol building, I believe, has some quite serious artifacts, art, I wonder if any of that disappeared into somebody's backpack. I wonder if they're going to do go around and check that everything that should be there is there. I wonder how many small pieces of art from offices that people go into disappeared. Perhaps personal effects, personal pieces of art people decorated their office with. I suppose some of these millionaires, senators and representatives have probably got some nice stuff in their office, and if their offices were entered, they say they made it to Nancy's boss's office. Did they get inside the office, or were they locked? I don't know if the buildings are locked up or whether they could just wander in and out and pilfer fucking shit. So we'll probably hear some of that in the future. And what about national treasures that are displayed in the Capitol building? Did any of them get stolen? ooh, this could be fucking more serious. You know, they didn't burn anything down yet, but pilfering, theft, possible. Thank you, Republicans, for that your base went into the Capitol building and perhaps robbed it as well. Thieving bastards. Yeah.
Those people are then being greeted amongst this crowd as heroes of sorts, being cheered for going inside. One person who had come out, they had some sort of liquid water type thing on them. They said that they had been sprayed. But again, none of those people were willing to speak with us on camera. You can hear the crowd right now cheering some as they have flags, many of them Trump flags. A Don't Tread on Me flag held on both sides now have been hoisted up.
Let's see what this bird's saying, right?
A little fearful. I also spoke to Representative Norma Torres of California. I said, how are you? I know you're telling people you're safe. I said, what do you think of how far out of the realm of reality does this feel like for you? She turned to me, Judy, and she said, I came to this country from Guatemala, a third world country. I came here to get away from this kind of threat to government. And she just shook her head. You know, I think right now the Capitol Police do seem to be, bit by bit, trying to tackle goals, the first of which clearly was to get members of Congress and people inside the Capitol to safety. And it looks like that is happening now.
Lisa, have you seen any members who are embracing these protesters, supporting them? Because we know a number of them are supporting the idea of objecting to the electoral results.
You know, I am looking. I do not see any members who I know to be objectors in this crowd. I did speak earlier today to Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina. This was after the first voting. After the first vote, it's a little loud right now because people are being told where they're supposed to go and where they can go. But Representative Wilson is one of the objectors, and this was when one of the buildings had been breached. And I said, had you heard about this? What do you think about this? And he told me he just hadn't heard about it yet. He had no comment on it at all. But I am very eager to hear what members of Congress supporting the objections say about this. Obviously, none of them want violence. None of them want this breach to have happened. But it has.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what their reaction is, whether they are embracing what these protesters are doing or whether they're going to speak up and say they've gone too far, because essentially their actions are what has brought these protesters to Washington.
Yep, they fucking condoned it.
A group of people dressed in militia-like garb who I believe were Proud Boys. They're not wearing their normal attire that they wear, but they were saying a term that Proud Boy tends to say and chant as they walk around. They had been kind of walking around the perimeter at one point of the U.S. Capitol and chanting. But other than that, things were calm. And then in that split second, you saw the crowd rush. You saw people break through these bicycle barricades and make their way up to the Capitol, and everything changed. But yeah, a lot of families have been here throughout the day, though some seem to have dispersed and left at this point. Lester?
All right, Ellison, thank you very much. As we watch this extraordinary situation play out, it's hard not to look at.
Well, it seems that some of the people that were there with their family realise that this could fucking turn bad and we better get the kids out here. Thank God even some people who are crazy have a head on their shoulders to think about their kids and what might happen if they start fucking seeing the National Guard move in with fucking CS gas and rubber bullets and shit like that, you know, if not, you know, live fire, you know what I mean? This is fucking ridiculous, man. What is this shit?
This and not feel that there were at least, and not to be hyperbolic, but to feel that there's some elements of a coup attempt in what we're watching right now. I want to go to Frank Thorpe. We've been hearing from him by telephone. He's in his office there, our NBC producer office there in the Capitol under lockdown. I understand you have some video, Frank.
Yeah, so Lester, this is some stunning video, I have to say. I don't think I've ever expected to see anything like this in my entire career covering Congress. The idea of people who have broken into the Capitol and taken over the Senate floor. This is about a dozen folks who came from outside, and they're just mulling around, looking through desks. There's a guy sitting there in the gallery above. He asked, "Who are you with? Who are you with?" And that was about time for me to go. Walking through the hallways, I have to say it's a weird scene. In that there was, some protesters that were walking through the hallways, and Capitol Police were kind of following them, but they weren't necessarily arresting them. It's really unclear as to how they're really dealing with the protesters. I haven't seen any arrests, but I've also been locked in up in our offices. So we're just sheltered in place at the moment right now. But I have to say that this scene that you're seeing right now on television is absolutely stunning. The idea that these people have come from outside and broken into the Capitol and decided to take the Senate floor like this, where just about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago they were debating an objection to the Electoral College. It's just a stunning scene.
Well, I guess this proves that America is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Because it's the people who are now sitting, in their government building.
Who you with?
Stunning doesn't even begin to describe it, Frank. If this picture makes you sick, I think you're probably not alone. This is inside.
Is this guy wrapping something up? Is he wrapping something up to fucking take with him? He's wrapping something in his jacket. What's
the chambers, the American Congress, people freely walking among the tables and the desks.
Is he nicking something?
It's just
told you,
beyond unbelievable. I want to go to
just to kind of nail down on this point, though. I mean, they still need to finish this count. They still need to be able to return here and do their work. And there's no way that this will require sweeps. I mean, once they actually clear the building, they'll have to sweep the chamber. I mean, the two chambers of the House and the Senate are basically known within the Capitol as two of the safest places in the entire Capitol Hill complex. I mean, and they're protected by Capitol Police. There are details for leadership members. I mean, this is just a completely outside of the realm of possibility situation in which it's going to take an enormous amount of time just to clear out and to do a security sweep.
I told you, man, this shit was going to be going on. Oh my God, right. So...
And I could hear people around me, Lester, saying, the president said he's walking with us. I knew that the president had returned to the White House, but his supporters believed he was walking with them. One man who was just next to me said, but he said he's walking, so I'm sure he's walking. It's just an anecdote that gives you an idea of how the president has this kind of powerful connection, but he also may have meant...
Congressman Boyle, do you hear me okay? Okay, we've lost him. We'll try to get him back and get a perspective of what's happening inside with members of Congress. I want to go to Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly was at that rally that where this is an offshoot of that rally. You heard the president speak today. Give us a sense of the tone and things we heard that might have suggested it would end up what we're looking at.
Well, spending hours today with some of the Trump supporters who are now protesters, the president repeatedly urged them to fight. And he meant that metaphorically, but he also may have meant that in this kind of show and demonstration. He repeatedly said, we will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to the U.S. Capitol. And I began that march walking along with a number of those in attendance. And I could hear people around me, Lester, saying, the president said he's walking with us. I knew that the president had returned to the White House, but his supporters believed he was walking with them. One man who was just next to me said, but he said he's walking, so I'm sure he's walking.
I mentioned that area that Trump says we're going to walk to the Capitol and I'll walk with you, you know what I mean? He didn't. He returned to the fucking White House, but all those people when they walked in there, as she's saying, believed Trump because when he says something, they fucking believe it. They all thought he was somewhere in the crowd walking with them, which encouraged them to fucking do this.
It's just an anecdote that gives you an idea of how the president has this kind of powerful connection with his supporters. He has just tweeted again in the last few minutes, supporters and those speaking at
occupy the steps and surrounding the entrance there.
So at that point in time, there was an effort to, of course, lock all the doors and barricade the doors. And it took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol and gallery areas where...
These pictures must be worth fucking thousands, man. What if they get damaged or nicked? And what about these flags and that? Well, I don't know if that might be something that might be somebody holding, man. I thought that was a flag on a stand. No. But you know what I mean? There's got to be flags and stuff like that and standards in the place. And they could just pick one up and walk it with pretending it's something they brought in with them. My God, and some of that real stuff in there is going to be gold as well. There'll be real gold, pinio on the top of the fucking the staff, the flags. I tell you. My God, man, these people are fucking going to rob your own fucking capital, mate.
We were gathered to participate in what is our, constitutional duty of counting electors. It's a straightforward process that is supposed to be procedural, but one that we were intending.
I don't hear MD mention any of this about theft, right? Like, okay, everybody's safe now. The senators and representatives of the robbing, spirited out and put in hiding and all that. But what about the treasures that are in this building? Nobody's mentioned anything about the treasure. We've already seen it. I pointed out some guy wrapping something in his jacket. What the hell is MD going to talk about? The treasures that are in this building that could be either damaged, destroyed, or stolen? I mean, come on.
To carry out today until it was interrupted.
Did you come face to face with any of the protesters?
I did not. Where we were on our way out, there were protesters who were laid out in the prone position. Capitol Police had clearly taken control of the situation, and as they were leading us and members of the press out, that was at that point as close as we got, kind of person to person.
Were you and your colleagues wearing gas masks as you were leaving?
Some people were. So we all had them. We had them opened. We had them deployed. There was some people were saying that we needed to put them on. Some didn't have them on, but everybody was ready because, again, in the end, the way we actually evacuated out of the gallery, we did not go in the direction where there was the chemical irritant. And so I had mine on for a bit, but mostly had it off and didn't come in contact with any of the irritant.
All right, well, we're glad you're okay. So let's talk now about what we are seeing, what is happening outside the Capitol. Give me your thoughts, how we got here, and where do we go forward?
I'm a former intelligence officer, and my whole background is understanding the challenges that foreign governments are facing. The scene that we saw on Capitol Hill, the banging, the yelling, the screaming, the demands to enter the chamber, the United States Congress, those are the sorts of things that happen in third world nations, the sorts of places where our diplomats and intelligence officers write home to the United States and say, this is a dangerous scenario, this is an endangered democracy. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we...
This is Guatemala, Argentina, Venezuela, Brazil, fucking, Chile. This is the sort of shit that happens over there. This is the sort of stuff that happens in fucking Kazakhstan and fucking, many of those little fucking places that, God damn, Montenegro, fucking, Yugoslavia, this is like, I just don't understand, man, how this could happen in America. How this could happen in America, and you didn't have any sort of plan for like a social uprising against your Capitol building. I just don't understand that, man.
We saw at the U.S. Capitol today, and but my appreciation to the Capitol Police for doing everything they possibly could to keep us, our staff, our teams, the cafeteria workers, sanitation workers, and employees of the Capitol and members of the press safe as they work to systematically ensure that active threats were subdued and that we could get to a safe place.
All right, Representative Abigail Spanberger from Virginia, thank you for taking some time to speak with us. We're glad you and your colleagues are okay.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks to the Capitol Police and Metro Police who's been responding to help as well. Thank you so much, Lester.
Yep. All right. Yes, and we see the Capitol Police there have taken up a position on the west side of the Capitol. There in the yellow jackets up there, the high visibility yellow, keeping the line of protesters from entering at least that side. But clearly a situation that is beyond anything most people could imagine taking place right now. I do want to go to Pete Williams, if Pete is standing by, because it was brought up a moment ago. What we saw today, the beginning of this joint session of Congress, whether there's objections or not, Pete, there's something magic to this date. It has to happen today, correct?
It has to start today. That's certainly right. That's set by statute. That's the Electoral Count Act. That's this law that was passed 133.
Well, it did start today. It didn't get stopped till after it started. They separated to do a vote on an objection to fucking Arizona. So yeah, it started. So it's still within the constitutional parameters.
3 years ago that guides the process. Now, it doesn't say it has to end today, but it has to start today. So it's met that constitutional requirement. And of course, at some point when this is all resolved, it's going to resume. And it doesn't really matter how long it takes. I mean, they've got until the 20th, obviously, which is Inauguration Day. A couple of thoughts, Lester. Number one, this scene is obviously going to cause some serious rethinking about how the inauguration itself will be planned. Now, we knew it was already scaled back because of the pandemic, no parade, for example, but you just know, and I just got off the phone with one law enforcement person, they're looking at these scenes and thinking, well, what changes do they need to make in the plan for the inaugural? Now, I will say that an inauguration is a much bigger event that involves many more law enforcement organizations. There's much tighter security, but still, there's got to be some rethinking. One other thing, Lester, we've been told now by two separate law.
Well, I can say that the inauguration won't be done outdoors anymore. I think they'll maybe change the inauguration to be inside. A much smaller congregation, the president being sworn in, the judiciary carrying out the oath. I think you only need to have, well, I think for a wedding it's 3 witnesses, so yeah. So, maybe 3 witnesses and some family members. It doesn't need to be a huge thing. Joe Biden might not want to go that way. He might want to have the inauguration the way it was in order not to dilute his presidency, his inauguration as president. But I think there's going to be huge changes in America, and I guarantee the security of the Capitol building is going to have to change. The ability for crowds like this to get anywhere near the Capitol building is going to have to change.
Law enforcement organizations. You saw a picture earlier of a person being wheeled out of the Capitol, or at least being wheeled outside the Capitol on a gurney.
Do you remember when America was attacked on 9/11? George Bush says that we're not going to let them change. We're not going to let these outsiders attack us and change our way of life. Yeah. And who is it that's going to change America's way of life? Americans. So in a way, all these attacks on you by Muslims has borne fruit. They didn't need to change your way of life. You Americans are going to change your way of life. You're going to change the way you do things. You're going to change your government. The way it fucking inaugurates, going to change access to your capital. You're going to change access to your representatives and senators to voice your grievances simply because of Donald Trump and the MAGA campaign and the QAnons. Americans have destroyed American society, basically. You destroyed it from within. It's a shame to see, but it's been heading this way for 40 years. And I've got to say that Trump isn't the only one that helped it along the way. Ted Cruz helped it. Mitch McConnell helped it. Devin Nunes helped it. You call them, yeah, all the Trump fucking cunts that he gave partners to, they all fucking helped it. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers. You destroyed your own country from within, man. Destroyed your I mean, you can't even carry on the ceremonies, the ceremonial duties and the ceremonial portrayal of your democracy. You've destroyed that. From within, Americans destroyed the way that America portrays itself to the world. It's absolutely... I've not got words for it. I mean, Britain has been in existence for hundreds of years before America. And yes, we no longer live the way we did back then. But you know what? We still carry on the ceremonial duties of a lot of things, and people come here just to see that. America, you've destroyed yourself from the inside. Absolutely destroyed your political ceremonies. No longer can you depend on just carrying out your Republican constitutional, Democratic constitutional duties and that. You've destroyed it from the inside. You can no longer allow people to gather like this outside your capital. Not if they're going to charge the capital and break the doors in and wander around stealing things. I mean, sorry, it's just, god damn, you've destroyed your own country from the inside. The Mozzies couldn't break you in 9/11, but you destroyed yourself, America. Americans destroyed America, not a foreign nation, not a terrorist group. One of your own political parties destroyed you from the inside. That is, I don't know how to, I'm lost for words to explain it or describe it.
With apparent injuries. And we're told now by two separate law enforcement agencies that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol a short time ago by a member of law enforcement. Now, we don't know what law enforcement person this was, or whether it was someone from the Capitol Police, from Metro Police. I mean, there are a number of different police agencies that are responsible for security in that area, and when there is something like this, there's an all-hands-on-deck kind of response from a number of different police agencies that can respond to help, police and federal agencies. So we don't know which organization was involved. But and we don't know what the condition was of the person who was shot, and we don't know the circumstances of it. All I can report is that law enforcement officials tell us that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by a member of law enforcement.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you for adding that. It's extraordinary that we have not. There's.
It could have been someone protecting the vice president or something, you know what I mean? The security, presidential security, I don't know, special branch, whatever, It could be something like that, maybe they get too close to the president, the vice president, and they were taken down,
Right now, it seems to be no effort, at least from the outside, to remove anyone. But at the same time, no one here is advancing. The picture has remained rather constant here on both sides of the Capitol. People crowded in, waving flags, essentially moving their rally to the doorsteps of the Capitol as members of Congress have been ushered to safe places. We heard a description a moment ago of reaching for gas masks that had positioned at their desks, and some of them actually donning them as they made their way to safer areas, still hearing the beating of people trying to get in the door. So an extraordinary scene continuing to unfold there. Let me bring in, if I can right now, Hallie Jackson again. Hallie, you've been watching all this play out. Is this a fear that you had heard expressed, from those associated with the White House, that something like this could happen?
Here's the thing, Lester, for people who...
This is what I don't understand, right? What does Donald Trump think about this? He's got to be in the White House now watching this on TV and hearing everybody talk about this. And what is he thinking about what he caused? He told these people he was going to march with them to the Capitol building, and then this happened. He must, he must feel nothing. He doesn't give a fuck. But how is he going to pass this in the next couple of days, upcoming days between now and the 20th? How is he going to pass that he had nothing to do with this? And these, because he kept saying, this people in the state of Georgia are angry, the American people are angry, and then he goes and does a rally today, eggs everybody on, tells him to march to the fucking Capitol, and then this happens. Well, he fucking scuttles off with his tail between his legs to the fucking White House and tweets out, don't be violent. Yeah, it's fucking too late now that you fucking got them up there, you fucking idiot. My God, this guy, you know what I mean? He has just become a worse president than what he was 5 days ago, when he was already the worst president America's ever seen. He's now worse than that guy. He caused this. God damn. I don't know, America. What the fuck is going on with you, man? The world is watching this, man, and thinking, what the fuck? Let's go back to this guy, and we'll go back and get him down and see if we can get him to... Come on. All right.
I'm waiting to find any...
Oh, there we go. Okay.
And I just want to make clear, and I will say this every 5 minutes if I need to, that the people responsible for this are Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, OAN, Newsmax, Fox, and all of the other bullshitters and enablers who allowed this to happen, who decided that truth didn't matter, that there wouldn't be any adherence to reality or facts, and so they have brainwashed their supporters for the last 2 months into believing that an election was stolen that was free and fair and by all means legitimate. But they needed to perpetuate their agenda or grift or do whatever they or continue to try to grab onto power, because God forbid they accepted the fact that they lost the election. And so instead, this is what happens. You brainwash a bunch of idiots to think that you actually won an election that you lost, and this is what happens. This right here, what we're seeing right now, a coup attempt at the U.S. Capitol that lies directly at the feet of people like Donald Trump and Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley.
And many others. This is absolutely astounding, man. I've never seen scenes with this in America, ever, man.
Look at this.
I don't think there's ever been any scenes with this in America.
This is the Trump era summed up in one picture. This right here. Look at this. Guns drawn at pro-Trump protesters trying to breach the Capitol chamber, the House chamber. Look at that. Mayhem. Absolute mayhem. That rests squarely at the feet of Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, his cabinet, The 25th Amendment needs to be invoked right now. Right now.
I mean, this is absolutely astounding, man.
Hold on. Give me one quick sec.
My ears are ringing with the.
I'm seeing reports that someone was shot, but I'm going to confirm. This is not. Stand by. This is just a report, but I want to confirm it. I'm not seeing any. Okay, I'm seeing a few people mention that a person has been shot inside of the Capitol.
Yeah, we've already had that report. I'm surprised only one. To be honest with you, if I was inside that building, if it's been attacked by those people, I'd have thought anybody.
I'm seeing multiple people say this. I haven't heard it from a verified source. No media sources.
Yeah, GPS. I understand that, man. And I this is nothing that I know about America either. I mean, I have got no idea what the fuck is going on, and I don't understand why the National Guard hasn't already arrived and started, moving people off of the fucking Capitol steps. I mean, they're still there. It's been an hour odds now, you know what I mean? And they're still just hanging about outside.
Again, I'm looking for any more information.
I've seen
right
people
now.
wrapping shit up in their jackets and buttoning their jacket. They're nicking shit out the Capitol building, man. I mean, this stuff is worth millions, perhaps. And people just wandering about in the Capitol. Who the fuck knows what they're nicking? And it's like.
As soon as I find videos, I will put them up.
I tell you, I have got no idea how this could possibly happen in America. I mean, who thought that this guy...
Here we go.
It's the Trump era. This is not
This is
normal
confirmation.
America.
Someone, I believe,
Trump era fucking
has been
America,
shot in the Capitol. It looks like...
Trying to save his life. He's still getting him...
In the neck. I'm going to take this image off.
Is that a woman? Or was it a man with long hair? I don't know. But this is just...
Sorry, I should have looked at that image before I put it on the screen. I probably wouldn't have done it had I known. Okay. Let's do this. Here we go.
See the guy out here. Look, he just nicked something. He's
Okay, so again, if you're just tuning in, what we're seeing right now is okay. We have confirmed reporting that one person has been shot. That's according to NBC.
Shot. He's a bald guy, but you can see him here. Look, he's wrapping. He's put something down inside his jacket, and he's wrapping his jacket around it. Can you see that? Let's go back a tiny bit. Wait, we just play it for that, and then hopefully.
Let's do this.
Yeah, see him. You don't see him throwing it down, but you see him. There's a long brown thing. I don't know if it's got a big scroll or if it's a bit of wood, or it could be a statue, a wooden statue. It could be a bronze. It could be, and then you'll see him. He's going to button up.
Here we go.
See him. He's buttoning up. Buttoning his jacket
Okay,
up.
so again, if you're just tuning in, what we're seeing right now is...
This guy over here.
Okay, we have confirmed reporting that one person has been shot. That's according to NBC.
There, he's thrown it into the jacket and then he's covering the jacket up. Right. Coming up his jacket and... What the fuck is going on? Nobody seems to be saying, oh, don't steal from it. No.
Again, what you're seeing is an attempted coup at the United States Capitol.
What the fuck?
At least one person has been shot.
I don't understand what's going on in America.
Capitol Hill Police, I don't... Or that they're planning to run to be the leader of. Just absolute insanity. Members of Congress have been evacuated.
Trump's tweeting, is he?
That's Pelosi's office.
They did get into their offices. See, look at these bronzes and stuff in the background up here. I mean, I don't know if these are stuff that they're allowed to like get from the National Archives and put in.
This is earlier, back when members of Congress were still in the chamber. Everybody has gas masks right here. You can see they're ducking for cover. And by the way, consider too that Jamie Raskin, Congressman Jamie Raskin, who I've interviewed twice, who is one of the best people I've ever spoken to. His son died last week. And then he was put in this situation because of people like Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. Actually, ironically enough, Jamie Raskin just tweeted just now, 10 seconds ago, I am now sheltering in a safe location on the Hill. So thank God.
This is like something from fucking
See if we can find any more
Survivor,
information.
Man. What the fuck?
See if there's any more video footage. It seems like a lot of the footage that we're seeing right now is...
Have any of you seen that, the I don't know, is it HBO, Designated Survivor, where the guy, he's like, no, he's not anything much, but he's he's the Designated Survivor, so he doesn't go to the Capitol on like a joint meeting in case something happens. And if they blown up and he ends up being president, this is like something like that, you know, like this Capitol building gets attacked, man, and like who the fuck knows what was going to happen. Luckily, you know, there's only been one person shot. You know, people didn't pour in and pull guns in and start shooting representatives and senators or try to burn the building down or blow it up. But who knew what they had in their minds when these people smashed the doors in? If I was one of those Capitol Police and they were smashing at the doors, I don't know how I wouldn't pull my fucking gun out and shoot them. When they smashed the windows, I don't know how I wouldn't be able to just say, like, first person through the door gets fucking shot. Drop them right there in the door, because they only could come in one at a time. I would have dropped one right in the door and I'd have dropped the next one and talked them, and then they couldn't get in past the bodies. I would have just shot any cunt that popped their head through that fucking door. You're not getting through that fucking door, I'd have said, you know what I mean? I would have taken it that would be my duty to protect the fucking Capitol building, you know what I mean? How those police were just walking by, those wankers walking about and not feeling like, what is my job if I'm just going to let these fucking assholes in here, you know what I mean? They could be here with, they're walking about with backpacks on, they could be full of fucking anything. Dynamite, fucking Semtex, fucking, petrol, but anything could be in, a fucking, what do you call it, pressure cooker fucking, but anything could be in those fucking backpacks. And just letting them walk up and down the fucking corridors of the fucking building. No, I don't know how. I could not have let them, I would have put my wife on the line. That would have been my job to put my wife on to protect the Capitol building. I know they're armed. Why didn't they pull their guns and protect the building? I don't know. I know there's a lot of people outside, but you get a pinch point, a doorway, and you fucking drop a few of them and make sure they have to climb over fucking bodies to get to you, you know what I mean? 2 or 3 men can hold a fucking doorway, man. Come on.
Is similar to what we saw before. Again, look at this. I don't know if you can see on your screen, but a shirtless Trump supporter wearing like a hat, getting pictures taken on the dais during a coup attempt. This is what Donald Trump and Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and the rest of their enablers in that administration and the Republican caucus have allowed to happen.
Encouraged
that right there.
To happen. Not allowed, encouraged
that right there.
To happen.
This is when they initially got into the building.
Somebody's batting on the ground. He's standing up against a whole fucking horde of people trying to stop them. Pull your weapon and shoot somebody, man. What the fuck? One fucking guy. Pull your gun and shoot somebody, mate. Fuck me. I would be in fear for my fucking life, mate, and I would have fucking shot somebody by now. I'm sorry, but I would have. And he's fucking falling you up the fucking stairs. Kick him! Fucking kick him in the chest in the fucking stairs, motherfucker. What the fuck? You've got to be trained and fucking... Oh my fucking god, yeah.
One single cop.
One single cop, mate.
Too bad it wasn't a bunch of Democrats peacefully protesting when Trump wanted
Yeah, I know.
to hold a Bible in the air. Maybe that's where all the cops are. They're still waiting for those Democrats outside so that Trump can take his photo ops.
I'd have held him on the stairs and I'd have shot one of them. I would not have allowed him up the fucking stairs, mate.
That's how many police officers we have right now.
I would have shot that motherfucker at the top of the stairs when they came through that doorway. I'd have shot one at the doorway, I'd have backed off up the stairs, I'd have shot another one on the fucking stairs. I would have backed up slowly and I'd have fucking shot them one.
Let me pull up some more video footage of what's happening.
They'd have fucking known. You come up here, I'm going to fucking shoot you. Who's next?
You can see right here.
Corner, motherfucker.
This is what.
I wouldn't have shot them dead. I'd have shot them in the leg or something. You know what I mean? But I'd have made sure that, like, no, you come in, you're getting fucking shot. If you get too close to me, I will fucking shoot you in the head.
You'll see some still images here
cops,
of what's happening.
See, there's a guy there that was on the dais. He's got the
CNN
flag,
is calling these people anarchists. They're not anarchists. They support the government. They support the government under Trump. They're not anarchists. They're first of all, they're domestic terrorists because of what they're doing. But these aren't people that don't support the government. They're the people that support the Republican faction of the government. That is half of the government. Anarchists. Give me a break. CNN calling these people anarchists.
They support Trump. They think fucking...
Man, way to carry water for Donald Trump. Calling them anarchists. Oh, yeah. These people don't want any government. No, they want government that half of the representatives out there are perpetuating.
I'm sorry, but yeah, I'd have shot several fucking people there if I was a cop defending the fucking sovereignty of my nation.
There is not a clear indication of what should happen. The fact that...
I know that cop's going to be
the 25th Amendment has to be invoked right now.
You know
and the fact that it's unlikely because of Trump's despotic cabinet is such a shame. It's such a pathetic shame. A travesty. An absolute travesty. Yeah. Lining up behind Trump, who they turn on their TV and see this. This
fucking shit, man. Yeah, that cunt again. What?
By the way, with regard to Georgia, John Ossoff, his lead stands at 0.4%. Unreal. Imagine seeing this. Imagine thinking you would see this in the United States of America. Imagine. Right-wing domestic terrorists. That's what they are. Man, who would have thought that Vladimir Putin would get such a good ROI when
anyway, I think
against violence and to remain peaceful. So there you have it. The National Guard has been deployed to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol to try to deal with these protests that are unfolding and this breach of the U.S. Capitol. Now, the messaging that we're getting from the White House, this is the latest from Vice President Mike Pence, who says the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. Similar language from President Trump in a pair of tweets that he sent out earlier, Lester, but his supporters believe that that just does not go far enough, that they want to hear from President Trump himself, that they want him to come out and address his supporters and tell them, bottom line, stand down. Let me paint the scene for you at the White House right now, Lester. You have White House officials who are huddled in their offices, who are watching all of this unfold. I spoke with one official who told me that the president is watching this unfold unfold as well. Of course, discussions about whether or not he is going to speak, whether there will be some type of written statement. But at this point, nothing on the horizon. So I think you are going to see the calls grow louder for him to come out and address these protesters. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. NBC News contributor and founder of Punchbowl News, Jake Sherman.
Hedging on whether or not that would be something that the president would want to do. So what we see here is the president taking to social media in a moment where Americans are simply terrified. And I have to say, Judy, the false information has consequences. The conspiracy theories has consequences. And that is what we're seeing today. We are seeing the consequences of the president's actions as Democrats and Republicans told him over and over and over again to stop doing this. I'm thinking about a Georgia Republican official who said someone might get killed. Mr. President, please condemn this. This was weeks ago. The president chose not to do this, and we are now here in this moment.
Absolutely, Yamiche. I mean, the president has been told repeatedly, and yet he has persisted, and elected members of the Senate and the House and federal officials at every level in President Trump's administration have supported what the president has said in saying that this election was rigged, that it's an election that was stolen, and therefore they are justified in challenging the results. Amna Nawaz is there on the grounds of the Capitol. Amna, I'm going to go to you.
Yeah, Judy, I just want to bring everybody up to speed on what's been unfolding here, because it is, as you say, and we say this a lot, a remarkable scene. But over the last 10 minutes or so, we did see the arrival of about 24 more heavily armed members of law enforcement. It was hard to see what their badges said. Some of them had interagency badges on. Some of them were in camouflage head to toe, but they all had heavy flak, which is sort of the protective gear you wear on the outside, much more substantial weaponry. They all had helmets and riot shields and face shields on, and they marched up in formation sort of across the grounds here through the protesters. And then it's unclear what happened. They may have taken up a position somewhere else, but the protesters have not yet been moved. So they remain here in force, basically having their run of the place. I mean, if you look around you right now, there's protesters milling about in the front. They're up and down the stairs. They've completely taken over the front stairwell here as well. And we should mention we're sort of keeping our distance here a little bit, because protesters continue to do everything they can to try to disrupt a lot of the reporting. There's a lot of profanity being yelled, some profane signs being waved around. So we're trying to be a little careful about what we're showing people at home right now. But this is very much still the scene here. It's unclear if that message of the curfew has gotten out to people, because there seems to be no signs of anyone dissipating. It does seem to be, though, that the longer people stay out here and nothing seems to be changing in terms of what they wanted to see happen today, people are increasingly getting frustrated. So you're seeing a few more angry people, a lot more yelling. A couple of pieces of reporting I want to share with you. One, we've been able to talk to a few of the people who were part of the protest crowds on different sides of the Capitol, and they shared that there was some debate among the protest crowd about whether or not to try to break in. Some people were saying, no, we should stay back and be peaceful. There was a smaller contingent, we were told by a few protesters, who said, no, we have to get in. And as Lisa was reporting, we're using whatever they had in their hands to try to break through the barrier. Another piece of information I want to share, and we only have this from one protester who said he was part of the group that was able to breach the doors and get inside the Capitol. He said that those protesters witnessed one protester being shot. He couldn't provide many more details. He didn't know the person who was shot. He identified her as a young woman. That is a single protester sharing his account of what he saw with us. And that's all we can share at the moment on that. But he also said he was able to get in with the rest of the crowd he was with. I asked him how many people. He said about 500 people, that is his account right now, were able to get in. I asked him where he went, and he said, I went everywhere. Never been inside, so I wandered around. I said, did you see any police? He said, just a few. And then I asked him why he left, and he said, well, we got bored, and there was nothing else to do, so we came back outside. And he was one of the few who's now milling around with the rest of the protesters. So that's not something that you would expect to hear from someone who was able to come here, breach the entry to the Capitol, wander about at will, and then leave. But of course, as we know anything else about this very disturbing report about one person being shot, we will continue to share that with you. Right now, we're in a standoff. We're waiting to see what happens next. As I mentioned, those additional forces now arriving, but the protesters showing no signs of moving. Judy?
Yes, it is. It is such a disturbing scene. And then Amna, you see you know the protests that are going on. You see the crowds behind you. But then we just saw two people when you started to speak who were just walking casually behind you, like they were strolling through Washington. We do have a few more pieces of information we want to share. One is CBS is reporting that Kevin McCarthy, who is the highest ranking Republican in the House, he's the House Minority Leader, has phoned President Trump to ask him to do more to get the crowd to step back, to do something to calm the protests. He asked him to speak to the country. At least that is the report that we've been receiving. We're now trying to confirm that ourselves, but we want to share that with you, being reported by CBS. Another news organization reporting that law enforcement is arriving at the Capitol from the Department of Homeland Security. We are also told that both the National Guard and the federal police of other description are heading toward the Capitol. There are clearly moves now to reinforce security at the Capitol. Whatever the planning was that went into today, they underestimated the determination of this crowd to do what it has done, which is to enter the building and to have to work their way through, and to the point that we now know at least.
Okay, I mean, we've all seen the movies where the White House gets attacked by, like, fucking Chinese or North Koreans, right? We've all seen the movies where the Capitol building gets attacked and bombed, right? There always seems to be like a early response, a quick response team somewhere in the Capitol. You would fucking think they would have something like that set up. Why has America not got anything like that set up for an instance like this? Surely you're supposed to be thinking out of the box and like what could possibly go on with better have something in place. Is America so fucking skint? Have you given so much money to the billionaires that you can't even afford to fucking have a staff of fucking quick response units to deal with a situation like this? 300 fucking soldiers in the DC area to respond to, a terrorist attack on the Capitol building, the White House, or whatever. What is your? I mean, you know that in Britain we have that ability if the Parliament was attacked. If the Parliament was attacked by 30 or 100 or 150 fucking, I bet you we've got a fucking plan to respond to that in fucking under fucking 10 minutes. Hey, why has America not got something like that to respond to an attack on the White House or its Capitol building? A 10-minute response fucking time to an attack on your White House, your president, or the fucking Capitol building. What the fuck? I guarantee every European fucking state of any fucking import, I bet you fucking Norway, Sweden, Holland, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, fucking Britain, I bet you we've all got a fucking quick response, probably 10 minutes to fucking, deal with fucking attack on our parliament or fucking say the Queen's seat of residence, in London. I guarantee, and we already have soldiers there, and they've got guns, and they would fucking respond. You don't see fucking people in Europe putting up with shit like this. You want to hold on to your fucking democracy? Yeah, you understand the people are the people. But when some of your people go fucking crazy like this, you've got to respond to it. It's what? 10,000 crazy fucking people out of a country of 300 million? And they were able to breach your Capitol building? You fucking kidding me? Fuck.
At least one protester was shot. I've just read another report, and I can't tell you the source of it, but the report is that 6 people have been taken to the hospital as a consequence of what we've been watching at the Capitol. And I'm looking to see if I can find the source of that, because we are always reluctant to share information. We have not confirmed that, but I did see a report, 6 people taken to the hospital. We can say the AP is reporting that the National Guard and other federal police are making their way to the Capitol. I've seen a report the Department of Homeland Security was sending its uniformed guards, officials, security to assist at the Capitol. And as I mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence himself has tweeted that this attack on the Capitol will not be tolerated, that protesters will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. In other words, he's going farther.
He's not going anywhere. He's talking shite. None of these people are going to be prosecuted. You don't know who they are. When you fucking chase them away, they're all going to fade into the fucking act. They're not going to come forward and say, I was there. You might have some people's faces and you might be able to track them down, but, you know, you've got like fucking 10,000 people there. You're going to arrest 10,000 people? No. You're going to arrest like fucking 130 or something, and that's it. So Pence, shut the fuck up. This won't be tolerated, my fucking butt. My butt cheeks.
Further than President Trump is himself. President Trump has called for calm. He called for people to be peaceful, but this is...
He called for calm. He didn't call for them to leave the Capitol building. He should be right now calling for a national broadcast. He should be calling all the main fucking TV stations to gather in the White House so you can make a broadcast and tell these people to leave the Capitol building now. This is not what I meant by, you know, go to the Capitol building and protest. I meant for you to go and chant outside. I didn't mean for you to invade the area. My God, you know what I mean? But is he going to do that? No. Why? Because he's fucking Donald Trump. He's probably loving this. He's probably sitting there like fucking, you know, coming in his pants watching this, the fucking dick.
After hours of basically egging them on, of saying his election, the election was rigged, urging them to have the courage to stand up, to defy the accurate election results. And only in the aftermath of that, and as we just reported, after he was asked by Congressman McCarthy, who's the House Minority Leader, the president was asked to do more, to speak to the American people, to urge these supporters of his to stand down, and we're waiting to see what more he will do. We are waiting to hear from Joe Biden. He was to be talking to the press at 3:30 Eastern Time. That time has come and gone. It's about 20 minutes ago. We're still waiting to see what, if anything, the Vice President, or rather President-elect Biden, will have to say.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure that President Biden is going to have much to say than what I'm saying. This is fucking astounding. This is not what Americans do, and you shouldn't fucking be there. Please leave the Capitol building. And Trump should be the one going on fucking national TV and broadcasting every day, you know, and putting on YouTube everywhere, Twitter, fucking AOE or AOC or whatever it is, you know, Trump TV, whatever it is, you know, and tell people, please leave the Capitol building, leave the steps. You know what I mean? My God. How can he be still sitting saying nothing and tweeting out saying, don't be violent, but stay where you are? Really? This fucking asshole, man. You call yourself a fucking president? What the fuck?
He may be waiting to see what takes place and whether they are able to calm things down at the Capitol.
On earth. Went on to say, the way is plain. Capitol on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching.
The world is watching. Let's see what fucking Cult of Dusty is doing then. Okay. Cult of Dusty.
The last best hope on earth. Went on to say, the way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud. and God must forever bless. The way is plain here, too.
So he's actually doing a good job. Doing a lot better in this speech than he did in the last speech I watched of him. So, yeah, definitely good to hear an adult speak as our leader for a goddamn change. So let's see. Since when did Trump supporters wear Antifa-like helmets? Yeah, fuck off. This ain't Antifa. You can't pass the buck. We know it's Trump terrorists. I've literally watched them all night plan this. They plan it public. It's all fucking public. I know how you motherfuckers want to pass this off and blame somebody else. Just like Trump, you can never take responsibility. But you're transparent. We see through you motherfuckers. Army activates National Guard. View inside the Capitol as people gather on the West Front. The Capitol is currently on lockdown. So, yeah. I'd say that's probably about, what, 20,000 people maybe. They were saying hundreds of thousands, but it's not hundreds of thousands. I was at Lollapalooza, and there was more people at Lollapalooza than are at this right here, and there weren't 100,000 people at Lollapalooza. So, oh, God damn it. God damn it, America, come on. I would say we're better than this, but I've been covering, for those of you who have never watched my show before, I've been covering the collapse of the American empire for the last 2 years in stark detail. So anybody that watched my show knew this was coming. They were saying outright this is coming. Trump has been stoking this from the very fucking beginning. Antifa actors. What symbol is that? Yeah, they're definitely Antifa actors, aren't they? Sure they are. Cope, motherfuckers. They're just such a dishonest cult, too. Oh my God. A noose outside the Capitol building. Really? Is this real? They erected a fucking noose outside the Capitol? Well, not surprised, are we? Anybody surprised at this? Terrorists trying to terrorize?
Definitely Antifa, you know what I mean? But the noose, yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here. The Onion. D.C. police lose control of rioting Trump supporters after hundreds of officers called away to deal with black jaywalker. Yep. That's about right. Hard to believe. That's not hard to believe. We'll say hard to believe they didn't have the building surrounded because they knew this was going to happen. But we know, anybody who's watched my show knows there's a different set of rules for Trump supporters. There's a set of rules for white supremacists, so. All right, let's check back, see if I can get into this Trump terrorist website, the Donald Wynn P. Just in, protesters are now taking the U.S. Senate floor. Biden is a fraud. Fucking based. Yeah, based. They're so based. Now hang all the traitors you can find. That is not a Trump protester. Antifa. Bullshit. Antifa ain't fucking out there doing this kind of shit. BLM fist. Yeah, holding your fist up. That's always BLM in it. Looks 100% Antifa. They got to blame every fucking body else. You guys have literally on this website been talking about doing this all fucking night. Why are you blaming Antifa now? Just the dumbest shit, man. What kind of fools do you take us for? We're not that fucking dumb. Just can't take responsibility for shit. Dusty, I just hit the bell. Ring my bell. Ring my bell. Hell yeah, do that. Done with Dusty. Good. Fuck off. I have been trying.
Joe Biden talking to the press, urge his supporters to leave the Capitol, to pull back. And Biden himself called on these protesters to leave the Capitol. He said, and I'm quoting here, he said what they are doing borders on sedition. He called it disorder, even chaos. He said they do not represent who we are as an American people. They are a small number of extremists. And he went on to call them, he said, I call on this mob to pull back. And he described the words of the president, clearly holding President Trump responsible for what has happened today at the Capitol. These are live pictures you're looking at from the Capitol grounds. We know that tear gas was deployed a little earlier, maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes ago. in an effort to disperse the crowd, but a number of them are still there as dark descends on the capital city. We know that it's about 30-some degrees with some pretty strong winds today. It's not a pleasant day to be outdoors, but this is a determined group. I just want to share some news on the Georgia Senate race. A number of news organizations, not the Associated Press, which is what the NewsHour, we are allied with the Associated Press in their call, but other news organizations are saying that Jon Ossoff, they're declaring him the winner in Georgia, but we are not ready. We're waiting to see what the Associated Press does. Yamiche Alcindor has been at the White House for us all day following events there. Yamiche, what are you learning?
What I'm learning is that there are reports that President Trump may be releasing at some point a taped statement. This comes after both Democrats and Republicans and now Vice President-elect Joe Biden have called on him to come to a camera to call off these protesters who have broken into the Capitol. We heard President-elect Biden say something that so far President Trump himself has not said, and that is telling these protesters to go home, saying that this is not protest, it looks like insurrection. He also said that this is not democracy and that the president needs to, quote, step up. So this is the president responding to that in some ways. There are a lot of critics of the president who say this is all really all because of the president, his rhetoric, his continuing to beat the drum of disinformation. So what we see is President-elect Biden saying, in this moment, President Trump, you need to step up and be presidential. We will hear, we'll wait to see what the president says in that taped video address, because the president has in the past, in these video addresses, continued to talk about disinformation, continued to talk about debunked claims. He's used these taped videos to try to really just continue to spread things that are simply not true and to not take really hard questions from reporters in this moment where the nation is looking for a leader to say something about what's going on.
This is what's going to happen. Trump's going to come on, he's going to stall spout it. I know that it was fraud, but you need to leave the Capitol, and we shouldn't have, went up there and bust the doors down, but, you defended me, I loved you and all that, and, we'll fix this, we'll continue to fight, but you'll be saying all that shit, won't you? Yeah.
With you, we will. I'm told he is calling for calm. He's calling for calm.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election.
He goes on, let's see, maybe we have the statement here. I hear the president's voice, so maybe someone has the statement. I can see it on Twitter, but I'm not able to share it with you until the president says the election was stolen. He continues to insist the election was stolen, but he is calling for calm. So it remains to be seen.
Stupid fucking bitch. We heard that you turned it
of honor.
Vice President Joe Biden, president-elect, who will take office in 2 weeks. He said democracy is fragile, and we're seeing that today. And he called directly on President Trump to get on camera, to get on television, and ask his supporters to call it off.
You fucking had it on, you fucking bitch.
As soon as we can get the president's statement, we will share that with you. The picture I'm looking at of the president, he's standing, it looks like in the Rose Garden, in front of the Rose Garden. It's a picture that is shot with him standing there, and I could show it to you on my smartphone, but it's probably not the best way to share video. But in essence, the president is now speaking out to these protesters at the Capitol, asking them to leave, but still saying that the election was stolen from him, that it was illegitimate. Another piece of news, the Associated Press has now joined other news organizations in saying that Jon Ossoff, the 33-year-old business entrepreneur, is the winner in the Senate race in Georgia. That's the second race that was in a runoff. He was running against some pretty strong winds today. It's not a pleasant.
He also said that this is not democracy and that the president disinformation continued to.
And we know, Yamiche, as you're reporting, the president has apparently taped a message that is going to be released shortly. We will, of course, share that as soon as we see it. I'm told, okay, maybe this is it. It's a 2-minute statement. It's on Twitter. It was just released as of about 2 minutes ago. As soon as we can share that with you, we will. I'm told he is calling for calm. He's calling for calm.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election.
He goes on. He's.
You
Let's
could
see.
hear him there, and
Maybe
then
we
they
have
cut
the
him
statement
off.
here. I hear the other race, of course, won by the Reverend Raphael Warnock,
did you
who
not
was
fucking realize
challenging
you were
the
broadcasting that
incumbent
bitch?
Republican Kelly Loeffler, who had been appointed to that seat just a year ago.
Oh, God. So she was broadcasting it, and then she fucking turned it off.
We are, but we were on the floor of the House of Representatives performing our constitutional duty to count the electoral votes when we had to be evacuated. And we are in a place with bipartisan group of members, and my Democratic counterpart, Hakeem Jeffries, and I have both made clear that we do not intend to allow this kind of mob violence.
Where'd you fucking seen that shit? Let's see what. Oh, here we go.
He's saying that, folks. I will give him.
Everyone knows it, especially the other side.
We don't.
You have to go home now. We have
Donald Trump.
That was stolen. I know you're hurt.
Let me check.
Okay, here we go.
Hard to keep up with everything that's happening, folks. But let me check. Let me go see if there's some kind of new message from Donald Trump. There we go. All right, let's see what Donald Trump has to say.
News had it on, and then they cut it off. What the fuck? Here we go.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
Because you caused it.
We had an election that was stolen from us.
No, you didn't.
It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side.
We don't.
You have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to.
You're still calling it a fucking fraudulent election. Why would they go home now? When you're telling them that it was stolen from you. You're telling them that the democracy was stolen when it's not. It's you that's trying to fucking steal it.
Go home. Never mind the fucking.
You're talking to both sides of your mouth. You know they're not going to listen to you. You know they're thinking, well, he has to say that, but we know what he really wants.
Respect to our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this.
It doesn't say we have to respect the fucking, the halls of our fucking lawmakers. You know, we have to respect the fucking Senate and the House. We don't want to make it look like we're trying to pull down America. You know what I mean? No, it starts off with I know the election was stolen. What the fuck? Oh my God!
It's where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country.
For fuck's sake, just tell them to fucking go home. Just tell them to leave the Capitol building and chant outside. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
This was a fraudulent election.
He keeps saying it.
But we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Okay, well, at least he's saying that, folks. I will give him a little bit of credit for telling them to go home and be peaceful. Now, he's also doing it, by telling them the election is fraudulent and making them think that our democracy has been stolen when it's not. It's them trying to steal it. It's them that are the traitors. But at least he's doing that, so maybe some will listen to him. Though a lot of them, are just going to ignore him and say, well, he's got to say that. But we really know what he thinks. But let's see if they're commenting on it.
Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, he is one of the people, he's a Republican, one of the people who was objecting. Oh, it looks like my phone can't bring it up now. But when he was asked what he thought led to this, whether he was concerned about the rhetoric from the president led to this, the president who vigorously defends, instead he raised something that I think we need to keep our eyes open for. He talked about the media as being the one that stoked this fire, the media as the one to blame essentially for the violence that we saw today. So that is something that we see from the right and from at least one of President Trump's allies here in the Capitol, who himself has been affected by this violence today.
So Lisa, what does that tell you? The fact.
Well, what it tells me is a whole load of fucking hogwash and bullshit. I mean, Trump supporters have been told that it's all fake media. Don't listen to them. So how could something they don't listen to be the cause of them storming the Capitol building? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Considering any other possibility for the state of affairs in this country. And I think that's one reason we're at this point, is because both sides, but certainly the president, has been a leader in the idea that if you think you're right, you can believe that you are right, and you can be right. And you don't need to consider arguments that undermine what you believe is the truth. And so I think, at least now, and it's still very soon, we're still in the middle of this, at least now that is one of the president's supporters who's not willing to think more broadly about the underlying causes.
From you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But
yes, the way other people are treated when they're so bad and so evil is they get fucking shot and they get fucking tear gassed. I didn't see any of that happening outside the fucking Capitol building. So, you are special people. You special white people.
Now, do you think that was the kind of statement that will get the job done?
Look, the President of the United States should have, before now, made clear that he wasn't going to countenance any kind of...
Yes, he should have been on fucking broadcast TV every fucking station. He should have got in, because they've got a broadcast fucking centre in the White House. He's in the White House. He should have went to that broadcast centre. He should have managed to be able to give a 5-minute or a 10-minute fucking, talk to the American people on every fucking broadcast network and told people to leave the fucking Capitol building. This is not what we wanted. We will deal with it through our own other means, legal means. Do not fucking, storm the Capitol. Do not destroy anything. Do not break anything. Do not steal anything. Do not hurt anybody. Leave now, and we will work this out later. That's what you fucking should have said. But no, he still went on about his fucking fraud and shit. Look at the state of that man. Why did they not fucking shoot some of the fuckers when they stormed up the fucking stairs? Yeah, put your hands out. Who gives a fuck about your hands in the air? You're fucking attacking the fucking building, mate.
Like to get about your business and go on with your day. There's one goal, which is get this thing under control and get the mob out of there.
Look, there's...
Look at this cunt here with some kind of Superman outfit on. What the fuck is that?
No question about that, Savannah. We have very deep and clear political differences in this country, but we don't resolve those differences by mob violence. And it doesn't matter what side of those issues you stand on. The President of the United States statement now, in my view, was completely inadequate. What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history. It's been 245 years, and no president has ever failed to concede or agree to leave office after the Electoral College has voted. And I think what we are seeing today is a result of that, a result of convincing people that somehow Congress was going to overturn the results of this election, a result of suggesting that he wouldn't leave office. Those are very, very dangerous things. And he will be remembered. This will be part of his legacy, and it is a dangerous moment for the country.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, stay safe, keep us posted, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stan. I appreciate it.
4:30 on the East Coast here as we watch what's unfolding at the Capitol. Lester, I'll send it to you.
I think now, when the Senate eventually gets itself back into place, what they should do is a very quick impeachment of the president. Both the House and Senate within 2 days should vote to impeach the president. They should have 12 hours of debate and then a vote on impeachment, and then he should fucking impeach the fucker. That's my take on it. This guy should be impeached before the 20th of fucking January. And not only should he be impeached, he should be charged with insurrection. And he should go to fucking jail for fucking 20 to 50 years. That's my take on it. This has never happened in the history of fucking America. She said 245, I think it's 250 years. I could be wrong. 1776. That's it. 1776 for 1780. That's 24. 124. 224. Yeah. 245 or 245 years. So yeah, she's right. Better than me. Yeah. Just think there, just trying to calculate it. So yeah, 245 years, mate, of your fucking country. This has never happened. No president's ever fucking engendered this to fucking happen. Fuck me. I think when they eventually clear this shit out tomorrow, the first proceeding should not be to continue the recount. It should be to impeach the president and fucking kick him out of the office. Arrest him, trying for fucking insurrection against the American fucking, political system. You know what I mean? Against democracy, and throw him in fucking jail, mate. This is fucking absolutely ludicrous what's going on in America. What the fuck?
Yeah, Savannah, I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, your thoughts on what we heard in that video tweet from the president? As is often the case with him, he doesn't retreat. Did he pour water or gasoline on this fire? Washington, D.C., the light already beginning to fade there.
He poured fucking gasoline on it, man.
By our president. And I think the big question today is whether he even does have the power to tell them to stand down. It's not at all clear that this is a groundswell that he commands in the way that people might think.
No, yeah, and no question about it. We're not, and as you say, we don't know yet how much.
Wait, what the fuck? This is not a groundswell which he commands? These are people he was talking to fucking 2 or 3 years ago and told them to march on the fucking Capitol building. And then they ended up at the Capitol building breaking in. And now they're walking away when he tells them to walk away. He didn't command these people. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? What does command mean?
Capitol, who told her, "I'm here because I think President Trump won, and the election that this can't be allowed to stand." And he told her, he said at one point, "The time comes when we have to take on the government," or words to that effect. So very strong views, and we see this from.
Yeah, I believe President Trump believes that this was stolen for us, and they wanted us to come here and change that. That's basically what they were saying. So yeah, he fucking instigated this, whether he knows it or not. And I know you have this thing in America where you have to prove a person's mental fucking state. But you can't check the mental state of everybody who stormed the fucking Capitol building, but you can find out why they did it. They did it because they believed that Trump was being robbed. And he told them to go to the Capitol.
It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this.
We don't want anybody hurt. Apparently there's already 4 people off to hospital. One of them definitely shot. We've seen that, and they were trying to keep her alive as they trolleyed her out. They were working on her way, heart fucking massage, CPR. She's probably not going to make it. Well, she might, but if they're working on her and she's bleeding out and they got her, I don't know. And that's your fucking fault, Trump. You fucking asshole.
That's a statement President Trump issued, put out on Twitter just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, urging his supporters, as you heard, to stand down, but still.
And I'm not enamored by PBS because we heard that fucking conversation and you didn't bring it in. You talked over it and you read it through it, but you didn't bring it up. You had it. You had it 10 minutes before I fucking showed it. And you fucking waited and waited and waited before you put it up. What the fuck? Not enamored with PBS, public fucking broadcast. Fuck you, public broadcast.
That led to Joe Biden's winning this election. And Lisa, I see you're there with me. I was reading what you were sharing with the rest of us from Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who's one of the leaders of this group, and also from Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana.
That's right. And let's start with Senator Hawley, because he has been one of the most ardent objectors, one of the leaders of this objector movement.
Gil, there's nobody near you. Fucking take your mask off and fucking speak to the camera. Oh my God, you've got you and the cameraman. He can fucking zoom in and step back and have 6 feet. Wait, take your mask off and talk. I can't fucking hear you. What the fuck?
And finish its job. Hawley himself is a prosecutor. Then
liberal
Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, who is also an objector, wrote, again, similar theme, the Capitol Police have done an extraordinary job keeping us safe. I'm thankful for their heroism.
Who cares what they say after the fucking fact, motherfuckers, right?
That statutory requirement, it's not in the Constitution. So all I can tell you is that right now there's a feeling of let's not leave. I would describe it as sort of defiance that we will not be cowed by this outrageous intrusion into the Capitol. They're determined to keep going. And the person I was talking to said when this was suggested in this group of senators that are in the secure location, there was applause.
Wow. Well, that's a fascinating reporting from inside. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall to see what's happening? Because in that area, in that secure location, are senators who, of course, are on both sides of this issue of whether the Electoral College vote should have been objected to at all. And here they are all together because of this mob that descended on the Capitol. So, and we've heard that sentiment.
Did you hear that? The Republicans who have been rushed off into security areas to keep them safe, when they heard what was going outside, they applauded. They applauded. Oh my God. Your democracy is over, America. Your democracy is fucking over.
Correct. Keep us posted. Casey, over to you on the Hill. I know you're plugged in. You're our Capitol Hill correspondent. What are you hearing in terms of the security, but also in terms of what the plan is?
Flag, the banner of the far-right anti-government movement. Cool, cool, cool. Exactly what you would expect to see out there. I was literally attacked and jumped by the police for attempting to get people away from them while they tried to corner us.
What?
All right. Well, you know, cops aren't your friend. I know you conservatives want to pretend like cops are cool, but they're not. There's a reason Black Lives Matter, not a fan. There we go, folks. It's all about. It's about heritage, not hate. Bullshit. I'm from Mississippi, and I can tell you 100%, it's about hate. I've been around these Confederate flag waving motherfuckers my entire life. I know what they say in private, and spoiler alert, it's about hate. 100 goddamn %. God damn it. These pictures, they're going to be in history books someday. We're living through fascinating times, that's for sure.
Where was the National Guard?
Scary as shit. Representative Jamie Raskin, Democrat from Maryland, who lost his 25-year-old son last week. I had one of my daughters with me. I had a son-in-law with me because we wanted to be together, and I thought I could show them the peaceful transfer of power. Okay, well, this guy's incredibly naive. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you haven't been paying attention at all if that's what you believed. If you didn't think the Trump terrorist squad was going to do exactly what they're doing right now, you need to pull your head out of your ass.
I was saying this earlier. I mean, at the start of my my video, I was talking about what happened in 1970 when the state militia, you know what I mean, was put on the streets in Ohio, Kent State, and they ended up shooting 4 students dead, 9 injured. And that was just a peaceful unarmed teenagers sitting on campus grounds protesting the Vietnam War. They ended up getting tear gassed and shot. These are people who are actually attacking the Capitol building in DC, and not a single wave of police with batons and shields, no tear gas, no bullets fired. They had to actually break into the Capitol building for something to get shot. What the fuck is going on with America, man? I thought that, because this morning when I was talking, I said the governor of DC has requested that the what do you call them? No, your state military, not militia, but God, what do you call it? I can't remember the name of it now. I'm drunk now. I've drank a whole bottle of wine today. Right? I've been trying to stay sober for January, but I'm not handling it very well. Anyway, your National Guard. The National Guard was supposed to have been called out this morning when they knew that Trump had a rally with 30,000 people, and it was possible they would move towards the state capitol, the Capitol building. That's what I heard this morning, that the DC governor had already called out the National Guard. Why weren't they between the state Capitol building and this 30,000 Trump supporters? Why weren't they already in place to make sure that they couldn't get there? I thought that would have been the fucking plan, but apparently not. So now they're calling the National Guard in now, when it's all fucking happened. I mean, what the fuck is going on? I thought you said that all fucking planned it. I was talking about the Kent city state when all the National Guard came in and fired on the crowd and killed. I was worried about that if they didn't hold their ground and just use riot batons and tear gas to force them back. But they weren't even there. They let them get all the way to the state fucking door, state capitol doors, and kick it in and walk into the car. I'm like, what the fuck? That was not what I was assuming there was going to be like with Black Lives Matter people. They have a march, and you've already got all the streets filled with cops and fucking National Guard and all that, and they stop them. Here, your Capitol building, and there was named between 30,000 Trump supporters, all getting egged on by Trump to fucking storm, and even said, when he said on the fucking, on his the video, when he said, I'm going to march with you to the Capitol later, surely somebody would have thought, like, we better get some people between the fucking Capitol building name. Nope, nobody thought about doing it. What the fuck? Who's in charge of this shit, man? I mean, I could fucking work all that out just by fucking watching TV, watching the fucking, the Twitter logs and, what's going on. I can work. I'm in Scotland and I knew, they better have a fucking line of people between it. Nope. When I seen that shit, I was going, what the fuck's going on? Where's the cops? Where's the cops? Where's the fucking, National Guard? I thought they were on the ground already. Why? And I was like, how did they get there? How was this not averted? I thought there was already a plan in the morning before Trump even started talking to have the National Guard down there and and watch this. I was like, what the? I was told on the news and all that, that this is what was going on, and then it wasn't going on. I mean, what? I was totally taken aback. Totally fucking taken aback.
Biden, when he was vice president, would have just decided Hillary was going to be fucking president, and Hillary be president right now.
What did you think was going to happen? I told you this was what was going to happen 2 weeks ago.
I agree with him so far.
I said, if you invite this many people, you're severely underestimating how much they love this country. You better have a plan of success.
No, not how much they love the country. They don't love the country. They love you. They love their cult leader. They're brainwashed morons, zombies, who love the cult leader and are willing to overturn our democracy and install you as a dictator. That's how far gone these idiots are. But Trump knew that already.
He did.
That's what he wanted. He gets off on these people worshiping him. That's what all the fucking rallies are about. He stands up there and tells the same stories in every rally because he loves the fucking adulation he gets. He loves the praise and the worship. That's what it's all about, his fucking ego. Has nothing to do with loving this fucking country at all. You guys literally hate the country. You're literally willing to overturn the will of the people, throw the Constitution in the goddamn trash because you're fucking traitors.
Success, because if you don't have a success plan, you're about to disenfranchise, and this is the biggest part, probably 1 million of your most passionate and loyal supporters.
Terrorists.
Because they came from all over the country.
It wasn't 1 million, it was like 30,000 people, not 1 million.
Republican, you invited the most down-ass patriotic Americans in this country.
I've just got to say, right, 30,000 people stormed the Capitol building. 30,000 out of 330 million is not a majority of the fucking people. So they should have been gassed and maybe even shot to push them away from the fucking Capitol building. They should never have breached the Capitol building. And now America has to fucking deal with how the fuck are we going to tighten our security so this never happens again.
It's a known outcome.
Yes, it was.
I already talked about it weeks ago.
Me too.
I appreciate the sentiment to peace. We agree there.
No, you don't.
But I think it's naive at best.
You've literally been stoking the flames of violence. I've covered you repeatedly, motherfucker. You're nothing about peace. What are you talking about? You know that, like, you make videos and you put them on the internet and we can see that shit, right?
To try and unfucking ring this bell.
He's right about some of it. Trump knew exactly what was going to happen. He did this on purpose, and now he's trying to play it down and pretend.
For your buck, but you're a very special boy, and I love you. And you can get in the bed with us tonight until 9:30, and then you've got to go back to your own room. But you're very important to us, okay? We're gonna watch. I'll let you watch PG-13 tonight. We're going to do a big PG-13, but you've got to sleep in your own bed after 9:30. Go home. Continue to blow everything up and be super pissed off. You have every reason to. But go home and you will get Lego set and we will watch
Lego sets. Daddy loves you. They literally called him Daddy. People want to know who this is and they want to link. This is Shrimp JAJ. If those of you want to follow him. James Alston has an Instagram, which is Shrimp PJAJ. And we've covered him on the show several times. He has some good Trump impersonation videos out there. Only good Trump impersonator out there, folks. Cream of the crop. Ilo Armar says, I am drawing up articles of impeachment. I mean, good, but they're not going to impeach him. The Republicans don't give a shit.
No, I say this. That's what the first day's business should be the next time that the Senate House get together is impeach Trump. You need to impeach this motherfucker. You need to do it within fucking like 7 days. 7 days to fucking impeach him, talk about it, vote for it, in the House and Senate, and then fucking, debate it, what you're going to do with him, find him guilty, and then fucking impeach him and throw him the fuck out, right? And then he needs to be fucking tried for treason and thrown in fucking jail. Treason and insurrection, mate. Fucking telling you.
And this is what we are. Beast Nation does $92. There is that thin blue line for you, shaking my head. Yep, they got each other's back. Even there are other conservative cronies. And Joshua Williams says $5 and cat. All I can see is cat. Cat Miller, Dusty, they are the office. They're in the offices. They will need to have bomb squads in there. No telling what they left. This was terrorism. Yes, it is terrorism. Get them all on video. Prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you for the voice of reason today. Hey, no problem, Vicky Westner. Good to see you. Doing the best I can. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for the support. Beast Nation 2009. Also, Joe Biden needs to stop lecturing everyone about civil disagreement. I know you cannot be civil with these people. Now, you shouldn't be violent towards them. There's no reason for violence unless you're in self-defense. But, cats, would you guys chill the fuck out, dude? I know there's a fucking coup going on, and they're trying to overthrow our democracy, but if you could, like, chill, that'd be great. Joker and Harley 666. January 20th is when civil war might happen. Yeah. We'll see what happens. They'll kick the can down the line. There's always more false hope. Well, it's not over yet. We still got January 20th. There's always another date for false hope. Beast Nation, yeah, but BLM are the real terrorists, right? I know, right? Hey, stop killing black folks.
Metropolitan Police Department and with their plans on how to get this under control, the National Guard in D.C. has been activated, as we just learned. The Metropolitan Police Chief was very clear that what had started as lawful demonstrations quickly escalated as a group of protesters came close to the Capitol. He said that violent behavior toward police unfolded, including the firing of irritants, some kind of irritants toward police, which allowed them to breach the fence and the police line. And according to the chief of police, a riot was declared. He said this town is very used to people coming and protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights. This was not that. This was a riot, according to Metropolitan Police. And we're learning a bit more now about the plans to get this under control. It involves National Guard, it involves FBI, it involves the Metropolitan Police Department, it involves...
You know, what we needed right here, right? What we needed right here was Judge Dredd. You know what I mean? What we needed was a Judge Dredd. They all stormed up the stairs, and there should have been a Judge Dredd right there. What's going on, right? Judge Dredd right there to say, I am the law. Triple fucking bullet. You know what I mean? Bouncing bullet. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Get them from behind, and you know, and sorted it out, mate, and pushed them back down his head. One Judge Dredd would have fucking solved that whole fucking problem. By the way, I'd just like to say that there is a movie called Dredd, D-R-E-D-D, and I think it's called D-R-E-D, spelled D-R-E-D-D. It's a fantastic fucking Judge Dredd movie. You should fucking watch it, right? It's actually on Netflix at the moment, so go watch it. You'll fucking love it. Best Dredd movie in the world. Not fucking, what do you call him, Stallone. It's better than any Stallone Dredd movie you've ever seen. If you like full on, in fact, I'm going to watch that when I'm finished here. I'm about to finish up. We're not getting anywhere. It's finishing up. Nothing really horrible happened. I'm going to watch Dredd later. Hope some people will join me.
Contemplate in your past job.
Seen that, right? Let's see.
God damn it! It's just it's opposite world. It's fucking bizarro land. More like Revolutionary War 2. The Civil War is brother against brother. The people who oppose liberty are not and never will be my countrymen. You're the one. You're literally trying to overthrow democracy and install a dictator, and claiming we're the ones who oppose liberty. That's how fucking backwards you are. What exactly did the media, the Dems, and the established GOP expect? We expected exactly what you're doing. We expected that you're a crazy cult who believe fucking anything you're told without evidence. Most of you are Christians, so you believe in 2,000-year-old fairy tales like the fucking morons you are. And so this is no stretch for us. We knew exactly what was going to happen. We've been saying it was going to happen. I've been covering this for fucking years and saying this was going to happen. This is no surprise. Time to fight back. Fight back against what? Democracy? Yes. God damn it. God damn it, America! One Judge Dredd would have stopped that invasion. Yeah, Judge Dredd was not a good guy. He was Judge Dredd Executioner. That's really the last thing we need. Bodie McBoatface. Yep, bad. Dusty is a robot. That will come as no shock to my family, who have accused me of being a robot for years. How will Republicans recover from this? The same exact way that George W. Bush attacked two countries, and neither one of them had much to do with 9/11. It was Saudi Arabia. 15 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia, but instead we attacked
we attacked fucking
Afghanistan
Iraq
because God told him to. Spent $5 trillion, killed 1 million innocent people, and then 8 years later, boom, we got Trump.
Yeah.
This country is fucking trash. Yes, the Republicans will take shit from now for this, but they'll be back because we are idiots who have the memories of goldfish, and we will reward them again immediately as soon as people forget in 2 weeks, because that's who we are.
Well, I've not got a goldfish memory. I remember all this shit. I remember the stuff my country's done as well. What we did even back in the 40s, 1940s, 1950s. I thought we were 48, 47, 48, 49, 50s, 53, what we did to fucking Egypt, the Arabian Peninsula and stuff like that. My country has not got a very good fucking track record either after the empire. Well, let's face it, the empire was destroyed by the Second World War. I don't know what the empire would have turned out to be, but I mean, almost every country where Britain had a foothold when it had an empire, they've all been left with at least a legacy of understanding of law, justice, and corruption and how to fight and stuff like that. I'm not saying that they all turned out better than they would have been if we'd have left them alone, but they would never have been left alone if Britain hadn't have occupied them. Some other country would. When I look at how the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Germans, and the French treated their fucking occupied countries around the world. I can't say that Britain treated everybody nice, but they treated them better than fucking those other nations. And when I look at how America treats nations around the world, the British Empire was not as horrible a fucking empire as the Romans or the American or the Germans or Dutch or fucking Portuguese or Spanish or French. So yeah, I mean, no invader, no occupier is liked by the people they occupy. But Britain always had the sense of not destroying the people that you occupy. There's always bad people within, the people you send out to administer, and we normally brought them back and made them lords. We didn't put them in jail. We made them lords and gave them a backseat, a desk job kind of thing, And you think about 300-year empire, you know what I mean? I mean, Britain had like a 300-year empire, 200-year empire. I can't remember. Yeah, 200-year empire. The Romans lasted 1,000 years, and they were pretty good, but they supported slavery. We supported slavery for half of their 200-year empire, so but they supported it right to the end. So yeah, I can look back on this fucking asshole. Yeah, people like that should end up in a mental institution. I'm sorry, that's where they deserve to be. Yeah, what's he shouting and screaming?
The brave! So brave! How brave he is.
What?
Yep. Let's be civil to these people, folks. You can reason with them, can't you?
Yeah, sure. Right. But anyway, going on. I think I'm done now. I think we've got past it, and it's kind of going to end. Nobody's doing it anymore. They are all going to leave. Eventually, fucking care. What's he saying?
L-I, Angel with an I.
And can I ask your age?
Yeah, sure. I'm 32.
And I heard you say that you've come to several of the president's other events before. Why is it so important to you to come to these events and show your support?
Because he is a brainwashed moron. How much is China paying me for these mental gymnastics? $100 billion. That's what we've negotiated. I haven't got any of the money yet, but I trust them. They have an honest-looking face, those Chinese. So
right.
Fingers crossed. And also Soros, making those Soros bucks.
Getting those Soros bucks.
Cool.
Yeah.
This is inside Speaker Pelosi's office. Dear Lord, how could this happen? And why does it continue hours later? Because terrorists and cult members.
Yeah, and look at all this fucking shit that they could. But these brass seats, are they still there
Cats are freaking
after
out.
these
Dogs are freaking
fuckers
out.
left? What? But the stuff.
Yeah, You're
Is that
camera,
just lie
guy.
there? Is that
Yeah, I don't
what
think
it's
that's gonna go
supposed to
well
be
for
in
you.
the wall? I mean,
Prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law.
yeah.
Let's find out who
Get
this
his
guy
face,
is.
Find who
where
he
he
is,
works.
arrest him, get him.
Wonder
You
what
know
his
what I mean?
employers
Every
think about
single
all of
person
this.
whose
We
face
should find
shows
out.
up should be
We should use
arrested.
our First Amendment rights to ask.
Yeah. Don't give a fuck. Every one of them should be arrested and punished with the full extent of the law. You know what I mean? You catch a black guy with a fucking couple of fucking spliffs on him 3 times, he goes to jail for life. These cunts can invade your fucking Capitol building, desecrate your fucking Capitol building, and but you're going to let them away with it? Really? What's he saying?
To certify the electors. And based on what's in the Constitution is that the state legislators should have the responsibility to determine how those electors are selected. And in several of these states, that didn't happen. Either it was a judge or it was an election official chose to do that. And that's not the way the Constitution was set up. That's not what's supposed to be done.
That's not what happened.
I mean, we're a country that, based on the rule of law. And so that was what the whole objection process
literally
was about.
Pardons
there were a lot of
child
folks
murdering war criminals multiple times. We're not a country of rule of law in any way whatsoever.
You know, this guy here is talking shite. The states did the voters elected and the officials counted, and then the duly picked electoral college, voters gave their vote, and then it was passed to the Senate.
Who urged his supporters to come to Washington. He urged them not to allow this process to go forward. He's the one who is saying that this process should be stopped, that it should not go forward, that his votes, that the electoral vote count should stop, that it should go back to the states, period, and the election should be overturned.
I'm sorry, it can't go back to the states. That's not how it works. You've already seen how it works. Somebody challenges it, it goes to the 2 houses. The 2 houses vote where the challenge should be upheld. They're going to vote it down, and then it goes back to say, your challenge is fucking negated, we move on to the next state. And that's going to happen with every fucking state, because that's how it's done. And it doesn't go back to another fucking election. You can't go back for another election and re-fucking count. It's
how glorious it's going to be and how they're going to kill everybody, folks. CNN calls for people to stand down and stop it now. Funny, didn't do that for Antifa BLM. They did, though, a lot of them. Mm-hmm. A lot of people called out. Most of the BLM and Antifa protests were...
Remember, these BLM and Antifa protests were within states in certain cities. They went in your capital, and it wasn't black people storming your fucking, Capitol building. If it was, I guarantee a lot of people would be lying on the steps, shot dead by now, and many more would be in hospital. If BLM had attacked the fucking Senate or the House when they were in session, a lot of black people would be fucking dead on the steps of the fucking Capitol building. But unfortunately, nobody wanted to shoot any fucking white people today, so they actually broke in and desecrated your most fucking, sovereign fucking building besides the White House. And who knows how much shit they fucking stole and ripped off of there. We've already seen video of somebody wrapping something in his jacket. He's not going to be the fucking only one. Guarantee.
There is nothing patriotic about what is occurring on Capitol Hill. This is third world style anti-anarchy. Nah, third world country elections are slightly more secure than ours. They're not, though. This was one of the most secure elections in history. There's literally no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
Anyway,
you guys just literally believe anything you're...
I'm going to do away with that. Do away with that as well. No, I'm just going to
part of our country's history, and we should.
Bullshit. So I'm going to stop here, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching me. I hope you've enjoyed my commentary and my ability to stream what was going on live in America. My God, this is history. This is fucking history in the making, man. First time ever the American Capitol building has been invaded by Americans for some weird, fucktarted reason, and didn't get burnt to the ground or blown up. You know, nobody got murdered. Somebody got shot. We don't know if they're dead, but I mean, they were one of the invaders. So I've got to say, it's not exactly what I expected to see today. I was hoping to watch Vice President Pence oversee the act of certifying the state's results for Joe Biden. I've got very few words left in me that can express how disastrous this is for America. In the eyes of the world. How disastrous this is for America and its democracy. Not just in the eyes of the world, but in the eyes of Americans. The Republican Party has got a lot to answer for. And Donald Trump, more than most, has got most to answer for. Anyway, Sanjivar motherfuckers. I'll see you anon. And please, click the follow. Check me out. I will be returning to playing games in a little while. But I've been feeling pretty ill in the last couple of days. A bit of a cold. Not COVID, just a cold. I was coughing up phlegm. That's not a thing you get when you got COVID. And I've been under pressure looking after my elder parents and stuff. So, you know, I'm stressed out and stuff. Been tired every day. Because I've got fatigue syndrome, chronic fatigue syndrome. So, you know, I'm doing my best to try and get myself into some semblance where I can at least try and get like 4 or 6 hours straight. I used to do 12, 13 hour streams, 16 hours straight. I can't do that now. Got so many other things I've got to pay my attention to, so but I will be returning to playing games, streaming them, and I'll try and do some more politics up until the 20th, maybe stream the inauguration. That'd be nice. So Sanjivar motherfuckers, and I'll see you the next time I'm streaming. Cheers.